Fate, Souls and Singularities by Mundatorem Chapter 281-285. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 3. He sat at the foot of the bed in silence, hands resting on his knees. The walk back to the cell had been without much talk from his part, and Avenger, for whatever reason, had decided that he had very little to say either. Neither one of them traded all that much in looks or words, and Ritska was oddly thankful to the servant for that. Truly, what he had expected was some sort of mocking comment directed towards himself for showing such a level of discomfort at what he had just been through, what he had just done, given what Avenger proclaimed his aims to be, yet there was nothing mocking said. Ritska was left with the opinion that Avenger would likely say nothing about it. Which was fine. Ritska could handle all of it for himself. His mind replayed the final conversation in his mind, hands clenched into fists as he struggled to come up with something he could have said. Hindsight granted him very little clarity in this, and he was at just a loss for words now as he was when he stared Calamate right in the eyes. Talking to him about what was fair and what was not. That wasn't what he wanted to say, not in the moment. Sure enough, he had meant it, but that wasn't what he had really wanted to say. He wanted to say he was sorry, but then what could he possibly apologize for? Killing him. Truly, he did not want to think about it, but he stopped himself from dismissing the thought entirely. He just kept himself silent and let his thoughts simmer as he sifted through them one after another. He regretted killing Calamate, but he knew that he would do it again if he had to, because he just wanted to live. But what did that make him if he was so able to kill for the sake of his own personal survival that not even forming bonds with people would really be enough to change that? If it all came down to it, would he truly be able to go through all of it again? Sure, it might have been a different Calamate. This one did not seem to recognize him during the fight, but that didn't change much from his point of view. He knew who Calamate was as an individual. Knew about all the little quirks they had, the way they would rather disgustingly eat food, and the way they were so enamored with the little things. Like the scarf. Ritska moved his hands to his neck, fingers ghosting at his collar before pulling them away. He hadn't really worn the scarf in a while, he should do that when he got back. Why did you say that to him? It took him a few moments to realize that the words had slipped from his own mouth, but the silence that followed was almost oppressive in nature. He turned his head up and looked towards Avenger, meeting the eyes of the servant as he dropped his hands back onto his lap. I'm just curious. Avenger inclined his head. So curious you are. Are you not the one who accused me of setting him down that path? Yeah. Ritska nodded slowly, and he still wasn't wholly convinced that Avenger wasn't related to all of it in a large part, but the interaction with Calamate had at least seemed genuine to him. Or at least something approaching genuine, so whatever else, he could not call him out on that little talk. He just wanted to know why. But, setting that aside for now, he said, why did you tell him all of those things? Avenger stepped back, resting against the bars of the cell, arms by his side. There was a strange glint in his eyes, a face that could not quite be read, and then he spoke with a tone that might have almost been accusing. Would you have found it preferable had I laughed at his determination? Or that I mock his weakness and how his envy was nothing before the might of our power? Or how without a master, he could do naught but struggle and die? Ritska kept his lips thin as the words got progressively more blunt, yet Avenger's face did not so much as shift, expression still with those narrowed eyes. Slowly, he shook his head. No, he said. But what I meant to say was, are you really going to remember him like that? Avenger frowned. Would you accuse me of a liar, master? I don't think so. Ritska muttered, and he was being quite honest with that, though he wasn't wholly willing to commit to saying he was convinced. He did not think Avenger was a liar because he hadn't seen evidence of it at the moment. Avenger had been rather forthright with everything he claimed and said. There wasn't an attempt at misdirection or even denial. He was rather open, he surmised. But it just, leaning back, he hummed. What you said about him being human enough for this place. I did not lie. Avenger remarked with a shake of the head. His eyes glowed, and for a brief second, his lip twitched upwards before it dropped back down. Had I not seen his monstrous appearance and heard only his words, I would have been convinced he was a pitiful soul. They were the beggings of a child who demanded the same love from a parent their siblings obtained. They were much too human, it seems. A fault which spelled the start of this ugliness in their heart. Ritska grunted. Yeah. Avenger turned slowly to him. You are unsurprised. ... He tried it before. He muttered, rubbing his thumb against his inner palm. I wasn't the one he fought, that was someone else. But I read up on the after-action report and listened to some of the logs about his conversations and, yeah. He just wanted the same chance for dragons that humans got. He looked up, meeting Avenger's eyes. ... I don't think there was anything wrong with his goal. And there is not, depending on whom you were to ask. The servant responded back with a grunt. Though I suspect that his many victims, and I knew as such from the weight of the blood on his hands, that he would have the determination to commit whatever he could to achieve his goal. The righteousness of one so young in spirit. A heart that beats so strongly for their own goals that they see nothing but the simple logic that guides their hand. He stepped from the bars and brushed a hand. I saw his spirit, felt his determination, heard his impassioned pleas. Turning his head up, his lips curved into a smirk. In the end they were nothing more than the impudent screams of one who had yet to face the true unfairness of the world and could not understand why things were as they are. Stepping forth, Avenger brought his arms up and swung them wide, throwing his head back and letting loose another laugh. Ha 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 ha. Truly. It is a strange hell indeed, where even the mighty dragons can be brought as low as the failings of man. Yet that is why I shall remember his revolting nature. Why I shall ingrain that memory into my very spirit. So that this moment, the moment in which his injustice is laid bare, shall never again be forgotten, even should he never understand this moment existed. Ritska listened, he said nothing, but he listened. It sounded mocking for a few moments, which made him more than a little upset. But then he caught something else in the words, something that sounded almost familiar. Like déjà vu, but he couldn't place it. Instead he let out a sigh and shuffled further up the bed, pressing his back against the cold of the wall and sitting there, arms resting on his lap and eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the cells. Avenger settled, the laughter faded away and there was only silence before he broke it once more. Does that answer satisfy you, Master? ... I guess. HMPH. Avenger stepped forth. Then permit me to pose unto you a question of similar weight. What opinions have you of his final moments, given you are so weighed down by his passing? Ritska flinched, eyes sliding to Avenger. ... I don't. Lie to me not. There was an edge to his words, a flash in his eyes. I know it to be true, there is a darkness that dwells deep in your mind from this moment. What is it that troubles you so deeply? Would you have preferred him to remember you? With a scoff, he turned his head. I tell you that the outcome would not have changed. All bound to this place must shed blood. Ritska leaned forwards. How do you know that? Silence returned. It felt stronger than before, and in that moment, Ritska felt as though he had walked right onto a landmine. It ticked with every passing moment as the eyes of Avenger bore into his own, a weight in that gaze which had been missing before. All too soon, it passed. Avenger's eyes dimmed and his words slipped out quiet, but booming. Understand that I speak from more experience than you should ever dare to know, Master. Would it have justified the anger in your mind if he had remembered you? Could you still slay him if he was as you know him to be? Tilting his head, the smile curled up. Or, mayhaps, that is the question which tortures your mind so brutally. The unknown answer which escapes you. If you know him and he knows you, if you had been friends, could you have still ended him to save your own life? Ritska sharply turned his head, clenching his jaw. It wasn't enough to escape Avenger's cackle. Fear not, Master. I have little doubt that question shall never be answered. These are sins born of your own mind. The figures in these halls are just as one would expect them to be from those you have met. Those he had. Am I going to have to fight people I know? He whipped around to Avenger, the demand fresh off his lips. Avenger, infuriatingly enough, only shrugged at his words. Who is to say? There may be some who are brought here that you have never before laid eyes upon. This is a hell that exists beyond all things, love, hate, time and space. Some might be dragged forth from how you shall come to know them in the future. Ritska didn't know if he was supposed to find that comforting or not. And he didn't know if it was even comforting. Sure, he might not know them now, but it was proof he would know them in the future, and this would be how their first meeting would go. It left a rather oily feeling of nausea in his gut for a few seconds before it passed away. He leaned back and let his head thud off the wall, closing his eyes and drawing in a sharp breath before exhaling. Make certain not to rest too long, dear master. Avenger intoned from across the room. Time is not your ally in this place. Every moment is a struggle for survival, and the trials you face shall only grow more demanding. Just his luck. I wanted to tell him I was sorry. Calamate. Ritska explained, eyes closed. I wanted to tell him that I was sorry he would probably never get his wish. Avenger was silent. And what of the apology for taking his life? I regret it came to that. Apparently that wasn't enough for Avenger, and Ritska wasn't expecting it to be, because he figured Avenger would never let it go the second he brought it up again. Many a man regrets many things, he said. But where comes the apology, master? Are you not sorry for taking his life in that moment? You said it was him or me. It was and still very much is. Assuming you're right. Ritska breathed, feeling the words slid onto his tongue like they burned. Then, I'm not going to apologize for living. He waited for Avenger to say something, or perhaps to even laugh at how callous he sounded. Instead there was nothing. No words. Ritska cracked open an eye and looked at Avenger, except he was no longer facing him. Instead he was looking out of the cell towards the hallway in silence, back turned. He didn't know if that was better or worse. For the confession or for the lack of a reaction to it. But he was just too tired to demand an answer from Avenger at the moment, so he settled back and closed his eyes once more, trying to lose the feelings that were swirling around in his head. The moment he had spoken the words, he regretted them immediately. But they were the truth. He didn't want to apologize for being the one to survive, because that would be a lie. Ritska just wanted to live. He clenched his eyes shut. The traitorous thought slithered into his mind. Wanting to live was the same reason Seath had given. Bedrick felt out of place and somewhat useless standing here. At the very least he could provide support for his lord. His eyes tracked Gwendolyn as he paced back and forth along the foot of the bed, arms folded behind his back and eyes closed. It was readily apparent to all who would trade a mere glance the way of the dark sun, that the god was displeased with the current condition. He had seen such expressions before. Mostly upon those who watched a loved one suffer on account of the undead curse, watching as something beyond either of their control slowly started to claim them. The feeling of helplessness was an awful thing to watch, let alone experience. Bedrick felt it acutely now. A marked difference with the cold eyes of Ash, who watched the proceedings with his back against a wall, arms folded over his chest and with a face as if he was seeing nothing wrong with the world. Utter disinterest, which certainly struck him as rather disturbing. Especially as this one had apparently been with their summoner the longest out of all, with the exception of Mash. And as he understood, it was a difference that amounted to mere minutes at best. While Squire Kyrilight looked beside herself with anguish over the fate of her lord, Ash looked as if he could be anywhere else. Though Bedrick was not so quick as to call him as cold or uninterested. It might have been that he hid away his thoughts better than others, or held a certain confidence that was lacked. How else could one explain trying to use the dark hand grasp upon the helpless boy to confirm his soul was missing? Though it was reckless enough to earn Bedrick's disapproval. Moving along the wall, Bedrick decided he could contain his questions no longer and came to a halt beside the blonde. They gave no reaction to his proximity. You seem confident to his chances. Ash was silent for a short moment, then responded quietly. Is that how I appear to you? Bedrick raised a brow. It presents itself as an odd comparison with his other companions. Grief will not alter what has happened. Ash said to that. And my shedding of tears, if I had any to shed, would not rise him from his slumber. What has been done to him can only be undone through whomever took him, or through his own actions. Ah, Now that was something that made sense. It was, however, rather cold. Bedrick turned his head and glanced down to see the reaction of the words. Indeed there was one to be had. The slight turning of Mash's head to them was a subtle thing, but she quickly looked back. Gwendolyn looked on the verge of glaring, then turned away and closed his eyes once more. Your final say on this is merely, what is done, is done. Ash nodded. We have found solutions to send him aid, if they are possible. Though we can do no more than that. Anything else is pointless. Are you not worried for him? Did I not say? You said it was pointless and my hearing does indeed work. Bedrick cut him short, then leaned around and looked at the expression on the blonde, searching for any sign of emotion on that stone-carved face. But what I wish to know is how you truly feel at this moment. What are your final thoughts on this matter? Green eyes turned on him very slowly. For what reason do you ask? Bedrick offered a casual shrug. For simple curiosity. As you have said, we can do nothing more for the moment, so why not speak? I, for one, shall keep his recovery in my prayers. Ash turned his head at that. Prayers. To whom? Grandfather would have him dead. Uncle stands at the foot of his bed and can do no more than sulk and mother. He turned sharply away at the final utterance. Bedrick found it easy to forget that this person was related to his lord and that of King Gwyn. There is no cause for such words, he said instead, feeling the need to defend the rather unsubtle slight against Gwendolyn. They all work to do their best. We are all limited and, as we can see, neither you nor I can achieve much at this time save for our vigilance. Ash exhaled and turned back on Ritska. My thoughts are only what I trust. Mash turned in the corner of his eyes, there was a slight widening of her eyes before a faint smile crossed her lips and she turned back after some seconds. It was a clear and unspoken understanding between the two of them. Bedrick did not see reason to demand an explanation, and whatever it was enough for Mash to be brought some comfort. Ritska shall not surrender, Ash stated, so I shall await the outcome with the knowledge he shall do his level best to return. And if he does not? Those were left behind an ominous feeling as soon as they left his lips, the way the eyes of the blonde narrowed almost as a warning before they closed. Ash stepped away from the wall and dropped his arms to his side, taking several long steps towards the bed and stopping beside it. Ritska wishes to live, Ash said. It is the single thing I know for certain about human nature. They want to live. If their want alone is not enough to save them. He trailed off, turning and looking towards the door. Bedrick followed his gaze as he detected the approaching servants. It opened swiftly, several of the casters entered, Lord Meloy, Princess Meads and Lord Paracelsus, followed by Director Olga, her servant Stahl and Scholar Da Vinci. A rather large contingent. And then Romani stumbled in after all of them, caught in their shadows and easily overlooked until they had separated. Director Olga stopped, raised a brow and looked to the silent room before she huffed and strode forth, jerking her chin towards the side of the bed in a silent order for the armor to obey. It moved swiftly and with heavy steps, dropping down to one knee on the right side of the young man. Olga stepped around and reached out, placing her own hand, the side decorated with command seals, beside the boy's own and turning her head to Da Vinci. The woman made a curious face. Dear me, such a dour attitude. She complained with a wave of the hand. Relax, the genius is on the case, and with how determined our little protagonista is, he'll be back here and making small talk by the end of the day. So let's get some smiles formed on those faces, yes. He felt the comment directed more towards Mash than anyone else. Da Vinci. Olga said those words and those alone. All right. The brunette approached and looked over the back of her hand. I can separate out the contract and transfer it to Fujimaru easily enough. But there is going to be a slight problem. Bedrick narrowed his eyes. Problem. Gwendolyn cut in sharply. So swiftly you deliver ailing news after your loud and boastful proclamations. All right. Da Vinci raised her hands in mock surrender. I should have phrased that better, but it's not so much bad news as much as it is slight trouble. We don't actually know the progression of time that Fujimaru is facing at the moment. This was something he understood. He stepped forwards. You mean to suggest that his soul experiences time in a different fashion to the rest of us? That while minutes may have passed for us, for him it has been hours or even days. An extreme example, but yes. Da Vinci nodded to him, a strange twinkle in her eye. It looked almost appraising of him. Well, he did study briefly under Logan. It was hard not to become aware of such things with the company of such an intellect. But it won't affect the transfer of the contract. Da Vinci shook her head. No, it won't, just thought I would let you know about it. Then hurry up, Olga ordered rather briskly. He would not begin to understand what transpired next, but it was difficult to tell whether it was a success or not as he returned to his spot by the wall and watched the sorcerer's work. By the end of the second minute, there was a brief crackle and then he watched a glow form on the back of the young master's hand before it faded away. Assuming that it represented the success of the contract transference, as they called it. Yet Stahl remained where they were, stepping to the side of the boy and then assuming a stationary position. Bedrick raised a brow at the lack of a response and was unsure as to what he was supposed to have expected in the first place, looking the way of Da Vinci and Olga to see if they had anything else to offer on the topic. Though Olga was looking to Stahl with the same level of bemusement that he currently felt, quickly turning to Da Vinci and waving a hand. Why are they still here? Olga, Lady Animosphere. Lord Meloy scratched his brow. We are dealing with a situation that does not have an existing precedent. We cannot begin to assume that such a servant would manifest in the same way as any traditional one. Either it is the memories which shall be transferred through the link, or nothing has happened. He turned and looked at Princess Medea. If you could be so kind as to examine their link. HMPH. The princess let out only a faint grunt as she approached. Being reduced to quality control. I would be insulted in any other situation, but at least you appear to know what you are doing. She held up her hand, chanting under her breath and then lowered it once more after a second passed. The contract has indeed been established and there is a certain link. Though whether the memories of the two of them are linked is not something that I can establish at this time. But can you? Olga made to ask, only for the caster to turn on her slowly with a tilt of the head and a minor frown. The noble paused, then wet her lips before rephrasing the question. How long would it take to find out? That depends on the complexity of the soul separation. Princess Medea curtly responded, turning back around. This is a level of magecraft which is, possibly beyond even my own. Though I shall discern what I am able to do and little else. I am not even certain utilizing my own noble phantasm would hold any favorable effects in this scenario. Bedrick did not even know what her noble phantasm was to begin with, but she spoke with grim certainty. The best of your ability is the least we can ask for at this time, Princess. Bedrick drew her eyes with his words. As though I was not already making the effort to do so. She answered, then turned her head. But at least you were courteous enough to speak with the proper respect. I shall begin my work and request not to be interrupted until I am finished. It was a thing of marvel to watch her work and he was reminded, in part, of some of his traded time with Logan. Though perhaps a touch less social. Ritska jerked ever so slightly at a sound in the distance, though for a moment he thought he imagined it. Yet when it came to his ears once more, he felt his brows furrow and his eyes narrow. Trading a stare across to Avenger, he saw the briefest twitch of a response from the servant. A shifting of his stance and a turn of the head, it was all Ritska needed to convince himself that he had not imagined the sound. Swinging his feet over the bed and onto the ground, he shot to his feet and marched towards the door of his cell, taking hold of the bars and pulling them across with a single movement. The grinding of metal shrieked in his ears and pierced the silence, for a moment drowning out the noise which had roused him. But he stood there, in the doorway of his cell, and turned his head down the hall into the darkness. There was silence for some seconds. And then it was interrupted once more, but the vaguely distant sound of a voice. Those guys. Ritska wet his lips, glancing at Avenger from the corner of his eye. The guys in the halls you talk about. They can't walk beyond those, can they? For a second, he feared that Avenger would not answer the question and leave him in suspense, letting him simmer in the unknown and venture forth with the prospect of walking right into someone who could possibly kill him. Someone that he might know. It was a feeling that nestled its way into his gut and sat there like a rock. They are trials undergone through your own strength, Avenger said. But who is to say whether this is another trial or something new? It is something you shall search out all the same, is that not the case? From the swiftness you launch to your feet, it is something you cannot ignore, or am I wrong? Ritska frowned, then shook his head, looking back into the darkness. To him, it sounded like a voice. Someone calling out, but he wasn't able to make out the words. Yet, taking in a deep breath, he stepped out beyond his cell and into the darkened hallway once more, sending a brief look the way of Avenger, then curling his lips into a small smirk. You coming? Is it not the place of a servant to be a shadow of their master? Avenger retaliated, moving beside him. Though if you were to chase down every plea for aid in this hell, you might find yourself without rest for all eternity. Yeah, well. Ritska shrugged and answered no further, choosing instead to walk off in the direction of the voice. Avenger just gave a soft cackle from behind him, one that sounded like a mixture of sinister and amused. He wasn't sure if it would be better or worse for this to be another trial instead. Or perhaps it could be something else entirely, another person trapped down here with him. It might well be a terrible thing to wish for, the idea for someone else to be down here just so it was not just him and Avenger. Or at least someone in a similar position that he could go out of his way to save. Yet that thought soured in his mind. Did he need to go to such extreme lengths to prove something to himself? He hated that he could not answer that, or that not even if he got an answer he would be convinced of it. Growls in the darkness had his feet stop in their movement. He narrowed his eyes and dropped whatever thoughts he had on the voice as he focused more on his survival. It was the familiar growls he was accustomed to by now, the ones which had drifted by his cell but never venturing close. Avenger. He sent through their link, but said nothing more. A mere warning and a signal for them to await his command. He walked forth once more, moving just ahead of the servant but not too far ahead of them. But for the ghouls and the ghosts, he was sure he might well have made a very tempting target for them to spring out of their hiding spots. Another step. There was a sharp intake of breath, someone preparing for a scream, and then Ritska dropped down straight towards the ground without even turning towards it. The howl above his head and the sound of something whooshing through the air was swiftly followed by the hiss of flame and the feeling of heat above his nape. With only a short-lived scream echoing through the halls, Ritska slowly brought himself back up as embers of blue fire drifted down around him into the floor at the base of his feet. He turned his eyes over his shoulder and towards Avenger, watching as they flicked their hand free of the last of the flames. Eyes watched him, judging. I noticed it before, Master. Avenger began as he advanced. There is such a reckless nature about you, both in word and in deed. I find it almost galling how you might proclaim a desire to live and show such actions in spite of this wish. I'm a weird person, apparently. Humans do not conform to normality. Avenger dismissed with a wave of the hand. There is merely the expectation given to them after meeting the mass. Those who fall beyond that expectation are treated as outcasts, for that is what they are. Strays from the pack and little more, but it remains a pack. Ritska raised a brow at the analogy. Am I a stray dog now or something? Ha. Ha 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 ha. Yes. Avenger wore a wide grin. A stray dog without the pack and with a bark so loud that it calls to anything with ears. Thanks. Ritska muttered back, shaking his head and now unable to shake the mental image of one of those little yappy dogs that always tried to pick fights with everything. It was an image that he slowly grimaced at as he realized it might have made a bit more sense than he first thought. Especially with how he was perfectly willing to fight, well, bigger dogs, so to speak. It was gonna take him a while to lose that. He stopped at the sounds from ahead, tuning his eyes and then narrowing them. Shadows were moving, streaks of scarlet glittered through the darkness and appeared for mere moments at a time before they vanished. Far too many for him to consider leaping out and trying to act as bait for. If Mash was here, she would have been seriously mad at him for doing that the first time. Same with the director. He was going to let the director know when he got back that he seriously missed how her upset voice sounded. She'd probably get mad at him for saying that. The thought brought a wry smile to his face before he quickly shook his head, focusing back on the present. First he had to get through these things, whatever they were. Avenger. He spoke aloud this time, feeling the servant draw closer to him step by step, likely seeing exactly the same thing he had. No, they probably would have sensed it long before his awful night vision managed to catch some trickling of red eyes in the halls. Prepare for combat. Prepare for. Avenger mused. Why utter such strange words, for it is common within hell, perhaps you should rethink them as such imply that neither of us are prepared for battle. Now he was being pedantic. You know what I meant. If you say so. Now he definitely knew Avenger was making fun of him. He did not get the chance to ask, nor did he feel the inclination to do so. Not as he ducked down and allowed Avenger to leap over the top of him with hands ablaze and a cackle on his lips. Ritska brought himself back up and rushed in the immediate aftermath of the charging servant, ignoring the sweltering haze which followed the charge. Throw the bars, he said, keeping his instructions brief but providing, what he hoped, was a mental image of his intentions. Avenger's whooping laughter as he took hold of the closest metal bars and pulled, tearing them free of their placements with a resounding crash, answered that. More so when he dropped them over his waiting knee and snapped the length of the metal bar in two, then brought it back up and let his flames wash them over. Holding them as batons and hurling them forwards before sprinting after them. As a distraction and an attack, it worked. The wraiths showed enough sense to dive out of the way of the bars, but it was enough for Avenger to charge into the closest one and set them on fire. A terrible howl split the air as the blackened ghost burnt to cinders. Avenger whirled and swung his hands back and forth, boxing with the air, and sending streaks of light flowing from his fists and towards anything that moved in the hallway. It was a reckless display of power, but Ritska also took a moment to note the accuracy of his attacks as well. They all struck something, at least, and with the hallway as cluttered as it was, he thought it would have been nearly impossible to miss. Up. He spoke and Avenger listened, leapfrogging from wall to wall and into the air. Just above all of them, he thrust his hands into the ceiling and then tore forwards and hurled a mass of brick and stone straight down, bathing the hallway in dust and smoke. Ritska, unfortunately, could not see through all of that. Coughing out a lung full of dust, he stepped back and covered his mouth, squinting through the sudden flashes of light which burned across his eyes. Combined with the barks of laughter and the shrieks of agony, he put together a clear picture as to what was happening. When the smoke settled, it revealed Avenger alone in the hallway, arms dropped back to his side and hands missing the flutters of the familiar bluish flames. It was a mere inclination of the head, as though Avenger was inviting him, which spurred Ritska to walk forwards once again, finding the smell to be somewhat unpleasant. Like something rotten was set on fire. Are you satisfied with my performance, Master? Avenger asked. You're good at what you do. Ritska answered, purely on reflex and struggling to keep the grimace off his face as he stepped past a scorch mark in the shape of a person. A haunting image which flashed something else to the forefront of his mind, but he forced it back and clenched his jaw. Moving past the Avenger and further forwards a few more steps, then made a turn. It was another hallway ahead of them, but it was a junction that went either left or right. Is this place a maze or something? Ritska mumbled to himself, hands on his hips as he turned his head back and forth between the two directions. Then strained his hearing to see if he could pick up anything from the voice once more. It had gone silent during their fighting and he really hoped it was only temporary. Biting his lower lip, he was coming close to just picking a direction. Hello. He called down one path and then turned his head to shout down the other. Anyone there? Reckless indeed, Master. Avenger chastised, but did not sound particularly worried. To raise one's voice in hell, most would deem it unwise to attract attention in such a foul place. Rather, they would seek to do much the opposite. He'd rather do much the opposite as well. I'm not going to blindly walk through here until we happen to stumble upon them. He answered back with a shake of the head, sparing a brief glance at the servant before taking his eyes off them. And I'll take the risk. Because I stand at your side. I'll take the risk. Oh. Avenger made a noise that sounded deeply amused. Ha 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 ha. I see. Then your spirit is one of brave foolery all the same. A strange person indeed, I have found for a master. Who would raise his voice through hell for the sake of a single potential soul, and in spite of the danger. Ha 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 ha. Ritska raised a brow at him. For a guy scolding me for raising my voice, your laughter isn't subtle. Avenger stopped laughing, his head dropped down and then he stared with narrowed eyes, it looked almost offended. What response is there to hell itself other than to let loose a laugh? It is to look fear and doubt in the eyes and declare they have no power over you. He turned away without responding. It sounded oddly profound for the man. He doubted he'd be laughing like Avenger anytime soon though. Don't you have better hearing than I do? Avenger hummed but said nothing, which, to Ritska, told him everything. He fought a sigh at the very clear message that yes, Avenger probably could help and no, he probably would not help. Is anyone there? He shouted again, then waited with bated breath. What greeted him was a silence that was rather daunting, where not even the distant wails of the ghosts reached his ears. There was merely nothing but him alone in the dark with his own breathing as a companion. Every sound was magnified, every shuffle of his clothes was like a rushing wind. And then, from the darkness, he heard it. Hello. He turned around at the voice which most definitely came from behind. It was no more than a distant and nervous whisper, but he heard it all the same. Hello. Once again, he heard the voice, only a little louder but he definitely heard it. I can hear you, are you still there? Yes. Ritska shouted, feeling the relief shoot through him as he started to move. I'm here. Are you all right? I'm not hurt. It sounded as though that was the best the voice, it sounded like a woman to him, could say, and even that was mixed with upset. He nodded his head and outwardly shouted back. All right, I'm coming to you. Don't move. To Avenger, he jerked his head and broke into a jog. HMPH. Avenger grunted. So we are to play the role of heroes in this tale of yours. A way to rescue a damsel in distress. I don't care about that. Ritska said back, speeding up and raising his voice. We're on our way now. Me and my, friend. Are we friends now, master? Avenger mused with a hidden laugh. 'Twas not long ago that you were accusing me of. I'm trying not to freak her out, okay. Ritska shot back to him with a lower voice as he moved quicker, breaking into a proper sprint and darting left and right, then spoke louder once more. Just keep talking so I know where you are. Okay. The woman shouted back, he heard a choked breath and then some lighter words from her. I thought it was just us down here. Us. Ritska mouthed the words to himself and looked up. There's someone else with you. Why yes, the woman hesitated for a moment, then raised her voice. Please, hurry. I'm not sure what else I can do for her and it goodness, I just. Trailing off, she fell silent, but Ritska knew for a fact they were closer. Which was of course why the next cell exploded outwards, his eyes widened as the world devolved into slow motion for him. Another step pressed flat against the ground and he pushed away, watching as the metal bars from the cell flew right past the front of his breath, missing by no more than a hair's breadth, and crashed into the cell opposite. Ritska hit the ground with a grunt and scrambled backwards. Avenger leapt over him and started to fight with someone, or something, that Ritska wasn't able to see for the couple seconds it took him to get back to his feet. Whirling around and readying himself, he narrowed his eyes at the familiar shape. With a body of bright red and translucent like muddy glass, the forlorn staggered Avenger and narrowly missed taking his head off with a swing of a sword which carved a long and jagged path through wall and metal alike. He jumped back once again and reached out, the mystic code carried forth and Avenger was whisked out of the path of a punch. The fist smashed into solid stone and caved it inwards as the servant appeared in the air above the spirit, thrusting his palm down. The forlorn rolled out of the path, avoiding it completely as it scorched the ground and Avenger hit the floor, skipping back and blocking the path between the spirit and Ritska. It turned and faced them both, hands falling upon the grip of its sword and holding it tighter. A swing lurched the weapon upright and it released a low and menacing rumble from behind the hood. Avenger narrowed his eyes at this one, pivoting his feet and preparing for another attack. These things he knew well, for what they were, and they radiated a long and weathered anger. Something that was unique to them and them alone, something that he doubted could be understood by many. Only through a single conversation with the goddess of tears was he able to glimmer some semblance of knowing for what they had suffered. Their existence was truly revolting, so it was little surprise they were found here as well. Hands at the ready, he charged forth at the same time the sword was thrust towards him. His open palm caught the flat of the blade, slapping it aside with a blue flush and looping his other arm over and towards the head of the spirit. It ducked as the attack streaked past the top of their head. He stepped and spun just to avoid losing his arm when it swung up. So he aimed low and towards the feet, scattering flames over the ground and pushing forwards. The sword came up and blocked his path, his fist crashed into it and exploded with power which shunted his enemy back, enough that they were pressed up flat against the wall. A jerked movement sent the pommel of the sword racing for his temple. Avenger brought up the flat of his arm and ate the attack against his sleeve. Holding his expression even despite a wince of pain, he held firm and ducked as they reversed and swung over his head. He lashed out with palm flat against their gut and blasted forth another attack. They were flung to the wall, stronger than before, and went through it this time in a haze of flames. Something that might have ended the bout then and there, except he could still feel the anger radiating as strong as ever, the fueling rage which set his heart aflutter and brought kindling to his flames. It was a crack of stone which heralded the throwing of enough bricks to make up a wall. He sidestepped and paid no heed to the destruction they left in their wake. Instead he jumped up and flipped above the thrust and reached out, clinging to the wall above the cell and kicking down as the forlorn passed through. His boot caught the side of their head. A small advantage, one he took. Dropping down, he looped his arm around their neck and pulled them back and around, driving their head into the remnants of the steel bars and bending them to shape around their cranium. He finished by yanking back and spinning them around, driving a knee up, then sweeping around and delivering a flaming kick into their chest. The sword was dropped from their hand. He advanced. Then caught a punch to his chin and another to his jaw. The two blows were followed by a rather clumsy tackle. Diverting that away, he slammed both hands into their head and unleashed his flames. A burning met his nose and the body went slack, dropping down into nothing but dust, and then even that faded from sight. He looked up and doused his hands, staring at the expression of his master. It looked relieved but resigned. "You all right?" was the first thing Ritska asked, having seen the couple punches that landed. Avenger raised a brow at him and tilted his head. "I stand, unlike my foe." "Yeah, but are you hurt?" "HMPH. At that, the servant scoffed and raised an almost mocking brow. "Such concern you give most freely indeed, and recklessly too. Have you so swiftly forgotten my own reasons for aiding you in this?" "For my amusement. Not what I asked," Ritska pointed out, then resumed walking. "But I'll take that as, I'm fine, from the looks of you." Though he would keep an eye on Avenger for the potential of further injuries, as with before, because it was in their best interest to keep as healthy as possible. "Hello," he called down the corridor. "Are you still there?" Silence greeted him for a second, then a startled gasp. "You're all right?" one of the cells ahead of him asked, the woman from before with relief and surprise in her tone. "Sorry, there was this awful crashing sound and then, was it more of them?" "Yeah," Ritska answered back as he drew closer. "It's gone now though, so don't worry. My friend took care of it. He's strong." That's good." The woman let out a breath. "Thank goodness for that, I thought that." She trailed off, but left the implication rather clear in the air. Ritska came up on the final steps and poked his head around very slowly and towards the cell, one that was much like his own, and with just enough lighting for him to actually see the person that was in there. Except it was not just one person, it was a couple of people, and the latter was the one that truly caught his eye. He stepped fully around and stared. He didn't mean to, but it was hard not to. You're young." Blinking, Ritska turned to the speaker, the same voice from earlier, and stared at a woman who was only a little bit shorter than himself, deep-colored blonde hair fashioned into a plaited ponytail, bright red eyes and rounded face. The woman wore a jacket that was brightly colored scarlet with a belted white sash across her chest and down to her hip. Sterile-looking white gloves covered both hands. Further down and below the coat was a dark-colored skirt with pointed frills, and below that were a knee-high pair of gray-colored boots. All in all, she looked like a soldier to him. Or at least wore the uniform of one. "Hi," Ritska found himself saying after a second, raising his hand and waving. The woman was still staring at him with that strange sense of surprise, quickly shaking her head and walking across to the door of the cell and sliding it across, opening it up and beckoning him inside, briefly stopping to look at Avenger and then back at him before tightening her features. "Come on." Ritska followed on after her, but his eyes moved towards the second person who was seated upon the bed. He walked very slowly, eyes fixed on the person. Only when he was at the foot of the bed did he stop. Chestnut brown hair was matted and clumped together, struck out like uneven patches. The clothes, if they could be called that, were torn up scraps which covered her body but showed off no small amount of bruising and scars over her skin. There were many of them and from many different things. Some looked like cuts to him and others looked almost like they had been claw marks, perhaps even burns. Scraps of what might have been a dress, but was converted to bandages and a worn-out tunic. Her limbs were thin, much thinner than they should have been. Lips were cracked and peeling in her eyes, those were covered up by a fabric sash which looped around her head, and he was left with the impression it was nothing like that of Medusa. But all of those paled in comparison to the real eye-catcher. Those being the wings on her back, or perhaps, what had once been wings. The extra limbs were coated in scabs and scars dotted with only a few sprouting feathers here and there. It was as if they had been plucked halfway before whoever had been doing so just gave up and left it, but that made it look all the more grotesque. It was nothing shy of mutilation, and the way this girl, who looked no older than him, sat there with a face of serenity just. "Hey." Ritska approached, speaking softly and sitting at the foot of the bed, rather slowly, and placing his hands on his lap. The blindfold turned up towards him and the dry lips curled into a smile. The girl nodded but said nothing. She can't speak." He turned to the red-coated woman and clenched his jaw. Somehow, he wasn't surprised at that. But then the woman stuck out her tongue and pointed towards it, shaking her head from side to side. Ritska felt like he was going to be sick and turned back to the girl, staring at her as she just smiled at him and tilted her head, then looked somewhat concerned and gradually reached out, placing bony fingers over his hand and rubbing her thumb over his knuckles as if trying to comfort him. How long have you been here?" I don't know." The woman muttered, folding her arms and taking in a deep breath, her hands clutching at her sleeves. "My head is, I can't remember even coming here. I just woke up." "Yeah," Ritska muttered, "same." He huffed and rubbed his brow. "Right, well," he coughed. "I'm Ritska Fujimaru, nice to meet you." Trying for a smile, he got nothing more than a pained grimace right back. My name is," she stumbled for a moment and then looked down, almost ashamed but more fearful. "I don't know my name." Perhaps a cynic would have said that it sounded convenient. Even he recognized how this situation was playing out, strangers who didn't know their names and coming to him in moments of weakness. "Oh," was all he said on the outside. Well, he didn't know what to say. "What are you hoping to accomplish in silence?" He started at the words of Avenger, turning his head up as they stood in the doorway and looked right at him, then jerked his head towards the nameless woman. "You have sought out their call, and found them. You have. Yet what remains for you to do now? You can no more help them than you can yourself, and to pick up stragglers is to invite a burden upon yourself." The woman flinched like she had been struck, but then looked down to her feet again. The bony hold on his hand slipped away, he followed it but then turned back. Invite burden upon himself, was it? Yeah, big shocker there. But, Ritska looked between the two of them a couple times, then he rose up and got off the bed and moved across until he was looking down at the smaller girl. Then slowly leaned down, slipping one arm behind her and one arm under her legs before standing back up. She leaned into him and slipped her closer wing around his body to cement her hold. "Maybe," Ritska said, turning back to Avenger and then looking him in the eye. But I can't walk on and ignore them. Avenger made a noise and shrugged. As you wish. He then turned to the woman. And what say you, Mercedes? Both Ritska and the woman blinked, the latter looked up at him in surprise. Excuse me. You lack a name, do you not? Avenger pointed out. Mercedes is as fine a name as any other and suits you in this place. As for the other, I am not one to offer names to angels, even as fallen as that one is, thus I shall leave that to those more suited for it. Will you follow or will you stay? The woman said nothing for a few moments, then offered a small smile. Thank you for the name. HMPH. Mercedes looked towards him and inclined her head. If you would be alright with me joining you. Ritska smiled. Yeah, it's fine. I'd actually be more worried about you being left here than if you followed me. Adjusting the mute girl in his arms, he started to slowly walk forwards, looking to Avenger. Keep an eye out for more spirits, would you? We're on our way back. So it seems. Avenger rumbled, but there was something in his eyes as he watched him, as though he was going to ask a question but then decided not to. Ritska was a little thankful for that, he wasn't sure he would like any question Avenger posed him. They had a bad habit of really getting to him. He knows it's here. Somewhere. Something. It's here. And it calls to him. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And please support the author by link in description. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, IV. He looked a little more restless than before. Mash quickly moved to smooth out the blankets as he twisted a little, not a lot, in his sleep and moved him back into a position where he would at least be comfortable. It was the little things that she could still do that made her feel at least useful in a marginal sense. But they were few and far between. Especially from the flurry of casters who were moving back and forth, between the senpai into other rooms across Chaldea, it was all rather chaotic and she could do very little but sit there and try to make him comfortable for if, when, senpai returned to Chaldea and they could put this all behind them. That was the sort of positive thinking she needed right now. But as they approached the end of the second hour with very little progress being made at all, not even as she eyed the inert form of Stahl, who had long gone still and silent since the contract had been switched over. The once lumbering giant of a servant was now as still as a statue and almost loomed over her like some sort of monument to the silence. Ever present and ever staring, a reminder to what the situation was and how bad it was getting. If she was hoping for a quick resolution, then she was left hoping. But it had only been a couple hours, she told herself, which meant there was still time for this to be fine before the end of the first day. So all would be well. She just had to keep telling herself that. Another opening of the door behind her was enough for her to give a bare hint of a twitch, but she did not pry her eyes away from senpai, just in case he moved again or muttered something. That had happened once or twice, a low murmur that was impossible to make out if it had even been a word in the first place. Visitors were common enough, those stopping by to see how senpai was doing and to dismiss the trouble, probably for her sake, as nothing more than a cowardly attack and that senpai would be back with them all before long. Mash envied their confidence. Mother. Ash's single comment threw her head back and shifted her around, spinning her eyes towards the door as Guinevere entered the room, briefly casting a short glance towards Ash before looking away from him and meeting her gaze. There was that soft smile on her lips, the sort which she had been seeing a lot of recently. Normally followed by words of reassurance. Hello, Mash. Guinevere greeted as she entered the room and stepped towards her, golden eyes moved onto senpai and dimmed a little. I had some thoughts of coming here to find that he was awake, but it seems that is a hope that is currently unfulfilled. The taller woman moved around the bed and then sat down opposite her, eyes still focused on senpai. I assume Gwendolyn has stepped out for a moment. Mash nodded her head. He said he was going to get senpai's scarf from his room. Guinevere gave the barest tilt of a head at the words, scarf. Oh, yes. That curiously designed piece of clothing. The colorful one. Yes. I see. Guinevere rested her hands upon her lap. It seems as though my brother remains much like himself when it truly matters, the diligence remains where he shall fret over the smallest things to ensure comfort. There was something different in her eyes. I recall such a time when he would be more dutiful than any handmaiden assigned to me, often beyond what I would even require. The goddess chuckled before she could even get a word out to that. Dear me, I almost became lost in nostalgia, but I am at least relieved that my younger brother remembers how to care, even if no longer directed towards myself, though that might sting just a small amount. Clearing her throat, Guinevere looked towards her. But forget me and my woes for a moment, they are trivial compared to yours. How do you fare, Mash? Starting briefly, she straightened ever so slightly. I've been keeping an eye on Senpei. Though I am sure you are doing the very best you can. Guinevere interrupted with a raised hand. I asked how you were faring. How she was faring. Her eyes moved towards Senpei and latched onto his face. How she was faring seemed less important right now than how Senpei was doing, given that he was the one who was in trouble. Anything that she was experiencing was wholly trivial compared to that. But she had been asked, so it would be rude not to answer, so she shrugged her shoulders ever so slightly. I've been worried about Senpei. She admitted quietly. I know everyone says they're doing their best and telling me it will be alright, but It felt almost shameful to admit, to even speak the words out loud. That despite everyone offering their support and saying they would do their level best, that she was still worried. It was as if she was saying she did not trust anything that they were saying. Or at least, that was how it felt to her. This sense of helplessness was leaving her frustrated and ashamed. A warmth fell over her hand, breaking her away from her thoughts and back into the present. She looked down to see that Guinevere's right hand had leaned over the bed and fallen upon the both of hers, folding around in a gentle embrace, almost like a hug, and letting some sense of tranquility flow through her. It was a short gesture, and it brought her eyes up as the goddess started to speak again. To fear for the safety of those you love is natural. Guinevere smiled. And it is not something that you should feel shame for admitting. Despite all the comforts and platitudes offered, we shall never cease fretting for those we care for, especially when we find ourselves in a position where we can offer no help. Letting go of her hand, Guinevere withdrew her own back and continued on. I could offer all manner of honeyed words to your ear, how you should feel faith in your fellows or trust in their abilities to heal the boy, but they are words you have heard before and will doubtless hear again. Merely because I speak them would make them no more convincing. That felt like something that perhaps she should apologize for, because on some level she was right. Even if Guinevere said the same thing, Mash probably would feel the same way despite all of it. Thus I shall simply remain here. Guinevere replied, waving a hand towards Senpei. And tell you that your fears and doubts are natural and there is no cause for shame. Not even I am blessed with such clarity of thought when it comes to matters I have no control over. There are times when we can do nothing more than to watch and wait. Mash shifted in her chair, turning and looking at Senpei. I don't. She didn't like that. Guinevere hummed. You will find there are few who do and we cope in our own ways. Some plan for the next, others fret endlessly and others, they accept it and move on with their lives. Biting into her lower lip, Mash leaned forwards a little. It probably was too much to ask for her to be completely clear of any of her doubts. But that just felt unfair to her. None of it felt all that fair to her in the first place, endlessly asking herself why it all seemed to happen yielded very little. Even being told it was natural felt like being slapped, or near enough, but she knew that Guinevere was probably right. Perhaps that might have been one of the more difficult things to stomach about all of it. The fact that this was hardly anything special and that others had to go through this the same as she did. They all pulled through but they walked around with the confidence of it all. They were doing things. And she was just. I can see that face of yours. Guinevere entered her thoughts once more. The face of one who is falling into a cycle of despair. Mash flinched a little and glanced at her. Guinevere looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Questioning the unfairness of it all, I suspect. Asking why something so awful must happen and why you must be unable to do anything to prevent it. Silently, she nodded her head. As I have said, such thoughts are natural. Guinevere replied. All have them, but perhaps what is possible is for you to control what it is you can. To snatch what you know, with confidence, that you can influence and hold those tight to your chest. To never let those go, it may help you, but it may not. At the very least, you shall be able to do something. But I don't know what to do. Anything. Guinevere replied with a shrug of the shoulders. Anything that you might consider, perhaps even the smallest of details, but they shall count for something. I notice he looks ever so peaceful, ever so comfortable, and that is not the influence of my brother alone, is it? Mash felt like it was less important. I'm just doing what I can. Then continue. Guinevere smiled. Even if his spirit is lost, his body remains. Mayhaps you choose to read and believe your words shall meet him, or perhaps you shall style his hair to keep it presentable, as I have told you. Control only what you are certain is in your power to do so. That is often more than enough. And even if it wasn't, Mash figured, it would be more than what she was currently doing. Guinevere started to rise up. Shall I fetch you some books, Senpai? Mash looked up at her for a moment, then slowly nodded her head, allowing the beginnings of smile on her face. Thank you, Guinevere-san. Of course. With a short bow, the goddess turned and left the room with the silence grace she had entered with. Only when she departed, did Mash catch a glimpse of movement. Then she felt rather guilty for forgetting that Ash was even in the room at all, but it was hard to remember with how silent she had been. Flushing a little, she looked at him and opened her mouth to say something, then found she had nothing she could really think of saying at all. So quickly closed her mouth again. Ash, meanwhile, looked back at her with an expression like carved stone. Green eyes fixed on her, then slid towards the door without a single word spoken. Yet Mash felt as if there was a great weight in that gaze of his, as though there were questions he had but never spoke a single one of them. Instead of speaking, he closed his eyes and leaned back against the wall once again, arms folded over his chest. But she remembered Ash's words. The only thing he said he trusted was Senpai wanting to live. Ash-san. MMMH. Do you think Senpai is alright, wherever he is? Ash's face remained unmoving, even as he cracked open a single eye and stared down at her for a few seconds. I am sure he is keeping himself as safe as his feelings will allow. Was what he said, which sounded a bit like a mixture between a compliment and a criticism. Something that Mash found herself twitching a small smile at, knowing what Senpai was actually like as well. Yes, she could see it as well. She could not try to control what Senpai was doing, instead there was only what she could control. It might not have been a lot, but she could do what she was able to. Her eyes slid towards Senpai's hair. It was a little bit messy from tossing on the bed, so she could probably brush it down. She was sure he wouldn't mind. There wasn't a lot of comfort in the prison cell. It had been easy to forget when it was just him, but now that there was someone who looked like they could actually do with some comfort, Ritsuka found himself more than a little frustrated by the lack of anything. Not like he should really have expected a couple blankets or anything of the sort. It was a prison fashioned after hell, or how Avenger kept calling it. So really, he was probably the idiot for trying to complain about the lack of comfort. But he did what he could. Which really was not a lot. He didn't even have a brush and was, rather unfortunately, forced to use his hands as gently as he could to try and untangle the hair of the girl. The chestnut brown hair was rather filthy, old water stains and flakes of grime, with very little of the way of clear color left. But he just wiped his hands on his trousers to clean them as best he could and continued. If there was any pain or problems, the girl never raised an issue with him. And what was worse was that he didn't know her name. Oh, he had tried to figure it out. Going through a little exercise where she would spell out her name by tapping his hand when he said a letter to get her to stop on it. Except that didn't achieve a lot as she didn't tap on any of them. Even asking her, she just shook her head and looked at him sadly as if she had done something wrong. Avenger hadn't looked surprised in the least but was leaving the name picking to him. Apparently it was only one gifted name per person. Calling her Gabriel felt very on the nose to him, so he went through a list of names in his head until he found a couple and then started throwing them out. Shizuko. He'd suggested, letting his interior thoughts still out. Then the girl started to nod her head up and down, and Ritsuka felt like slamming his face into a stone wall. Avenger was staring at the back of his head, he could feel as much, and he closed his eyes and bit into the back of his lips. Over and over again calling himself an idiot before he opened his eyes and let out a small sigh. Maybe Someth. Apparently she knew what he was going to say, because she shook her head from side to side, careful not to pull his fingers along with her, and cut him off with that. For the time being, it seemed her name was going to be Shizuko. Hopefully until she remembered her actual name, and then they would never hear about this ever again. Ritsuka gave another small tug and freed out the next mat, but it was an awful lot and he was getting worried about hurting Shizuko by mistake. So until they found, or made, more realistically, a brush, then they would have to make do with his fingers. And he wasn't even going to try and deal with anything about those old-looking bandages. With a sigh, he turned away from Shizuko and towards Avenger. I don't suppose we have anything like clean water. Avenger tilted his head, a raised brow as his only reply. Ritsuka slumped his shoulders. Yeah. A few more times, then he did all that he could do. Removing his hands from the hair and smiling, even if he knew it wouldn't be seen. That's a lot better than it used to be, at least without a brush. Shizuko turned around and offered a dazzling smile towards him, which got her feelings of gratitude across towards him. It made him feel a bit better. Turning away from the bed and sitting up, he glanced towards Avenger and debated whether or not he should ask him if their presence changed anything. Though he might not receive an answer, it was at least worth asking. So what happens with them? You would ask me. Avenger pointed to himself. It was not of my volition they accompanied us, their fate has long since been removed from my hands and I would wash them clean of all that should come after. What is to be done is for you to decide and for you alone. Ritsuka thinned his lips. I mean what happens with them when I finish all the trials. Mercedes perked up at the word and looked at him with a bit of concern. Trials. She repeated the word, eyes flickering between the two of them. What do you mean by that? Is there something happening to you? Avenger chortled, ignoring Mercedes. When? I shall say you are not one for half measures, even if words alone are easy. Though you have accepted them into your protection, what befalls them is much the same as what would befall you. If you are to taste freedom, they shall follow you and return to whence they came as well. He stopped, then tilted his head and frowned. Or would that be what you wish for me to say? Ritsuka clenched his jaw. Do you know or not? Whether the answer is known to be is not the issue. Avenger smiled, and it was a smile that Ritsuka recognized all too well, which meant he knew what was coming next. Though whether I should feel inclined to elucidate you is perhaps another matter entirely. For you, the only words I shall offer are attendre, espérer. That was frustrating, but unsurprising. With a sharp breath, he closed his eyes and nodded slowly, at least aware that he was getting nowhere with that for the moment. So he turned to Mercedes and approached her, opening his eyes and hoping to show her the best smile he could manage, but all things considered, he doubted it was as convincing as he hoped, but he could at least offer something to her. Just to try and reassure them that they were all in this together. My circumstances are a bit complicated at the moment, he explained to her, watching her slowly nod her head. Probably the same as yours, but maybe a little different. I've got to go through these big trials to escape within 7 days, or I'm going to, well, die, to put it bluntly. Mercedes recoiled at that, eyes widening before they narrowed and looked a mix between disapproving and worried. You seem to be rather cavalier about the prospect. Ritsuka could only offer a shrug. That's probably, well, I would say I'm used to it, but that's probably a bit worrying, so I'll just say I've had some experience with near-death experiences before and leave it at that. Point is, I'm going to be doing my level best to live through this. He gestured to her. And I'm going to be doing my best to ensure you, both of you, were able to escape with me. No man left behind the situation, or no person left behind. Just in case you were worried about that, or something. Mercedes stared at him for a bit longer than he figured was normal for a person to go without blinking, then she slowly nodded her head up and down, but offered no words to him initially. Instead she turned towards Avenger and narrowed her eyes at him, a mixture of challenging and something else. And you are the one who has assumed the role of his guardian. Avenger, at that, threw his head back and laughed. A guardian. Ha 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 ha. An amusing notion, most amusing indeed. I am his physical aid in this place and his watcher as he passes through the trials, but I shall not defend him from them, if that is what you hope to hear. I'm not sure this is truly something to laugh about. If one cannot laugh, then they surrender to despair and defeat. Avenger dismissed. And there is much here that could force the spirit to lay claim to such things. I shall find my mirth where I might, perhaps it would be advisable for the two of you to do much the same. This is not a kind place, Mercedes, and kindness is ill-rewarded here. Mercedes thinned her lips and folded her arms. Ritska waved his hand. It's fine, I think I'm getting used to Avenger's comments. Avenger. At first he felt a little confused about why she sounded puzzled, then he realized this was probably the first time he'd actually used the title of the man. Oh, right. Ritska chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck and jerking his head. This is Avenger, sorry for the belated introduction. I see, if Mercedes had anything else to say about the name, or lack of one, she decided it wasn't worth mentioning and instead shifted her eyes back to him. There was something else in them as she shook her head and resumed her disapproving frown. And when you say there are trials that might result in death, how long have you been here? How long? That wasn't a question he had expected, which meant he didn't have an answer for it. Half a day, maybe. He turned to Avenger, knowing he had taken a small nap. Avenger had turned from them entirely, now stood with his back to them and facing the outside corridors. But he at least answered the question. Very nearly a day. Mercedes reacted to this news more viscerally than he did, completely recoiling with wide eyes and then turning on him rather sharply, but this time with an expression of horror. You have only 6 days left. How many of these trials have you completed? 1. Ritska replied, but was more actively shocked that she was having a stronger reaction to this than he was at the moment. Or perhaps it was because he hadn't really known how long he had been here in the first place. A day. It definitely hadn't felt like that, but would Avenger lie to him? It wasn't like Avenger had really lied to him yet, he had not told him everything, but the answers he had given felt pretty truthful so far. The guy didn't seem the sort to lie when the truth served all the same. Or perhaps he had misread the guy and Avenger was perfectly capable of lying. Clearing his throat, he shrugged his shoulders. Well, still 6 days to go. Mercedes just stared at him for a moment, then closed her eyes and took in a slow breath, shifting away from him and walking towards the far end of the cell, gloved hands covering her face as her muffled breathing echoed around them. Ritska winced at the reaction, which had not been his intention in the least. He snuck a glance at Avenger first and then towards Shizuko. She had turned about to face him at some point, perhaps early on in the conversation, and sat on the bed with her legs folded and hands resting in the space on her lap. Her head tilted ever so slightly, lips pulled into a small frown and her brows pinched towards him. It was an expression that he could read rather easily. More so when she raised her hand and pointed a finger first towards him and then towards the spot where she was. An invitation if ever there was one. He walked towards her, noting how she was somehow able to tell whereabouts he was as he came closer and closer, and by the time he stood beside her bed, she reached out and pinched his sleeve, giving a faint tug and pulling him down to sit beside her. The moment he did, she placed a hand on his back between his shoulder blades and started to rub back and forth. Ritska blinked very slowly at the gesture, glancing over and down towards the hand currently rubbing his spine and then shifting his gaze towards Shizuko. She was looking in his general direction with a deeper frown than before, but it started to change and soften. Her lips lifted up into a tiny smile as she continued to pat away at his back. It felt like she was the one trying to reassure him now. With a final pat, she lifted her hand from him and rested it back upon her knees. Thanks, Ritska said slowly, then raised his head. Mercedes and Avenger both had taken it upon themselves to watch him, expressions on their faces that were a little difficult to place, more so on Avenger than on Mercedes, but he didn't let the thoughts linger all that long. Not when there was something else that he could ask, turning his eyes on Avenger and narrowing them. So how long until the next trial? Avenger let out a small huff and tilted his head. Is the gentle caress of a woman all the motivation you require to tackle the challenges that stand before you? Such you should savor the feeling, it is something that is all too easily lost and found wanting by the heart when the nights become cold and lonely. Ritska just stared at him for a second. Tomorrow then, I take it. HMPH. Clearly not all that disappointed by the lack of a response, Avenger folded his arms and nodded his head up and down. 7 trials across 7 days. Since you have lived through the first, it is knowledge that you might as well have. Though such as it is, very little has changed for you, save for a period of rest. Avenger smirked. It would hardly be sporting if you were to stumble half-exhausted into your next trial and fall to the ground before your judge had even a chance to wet their blade. Mercedes frowned openly. As for Ritska, he just let out a soft snort and shook his head. It was exactly the sort of thing he expected Avenger to say. At least you're giving me a chance to rest. Still with the energy for mirth at a time like this, was the reply. The servant tilted his head. Haha, your spirit remains resilient, it seems. Perhaps you have no greater weapon than that, or is his smile offensive to you, woman? He directed the latter part to Mercedes. She shifted back and forth, then sighed. It is not as though I find myself particularly enthused by the idea of watching a young man scrap by on such bitter humor, but I can abide it, so long as he can smile just an ounce. HMPH. Avenger made a noise, then be patient. Attendre, Esperer. Ritska spoke, though he wasn't sure what the words meant. Perhaps that was translated into it, as Avenger showed him a curious smile. Even without knowing the meaning, have you grasped the intention of the words, master? I get the feeling it's important, was what Ritska said, but now that he thought about it, there was a strange weight behind those words he couldn't quite describe. It just felt to him as if they were really important, but he wasn't able to place why that was. For you, the words would mean, wait and hope. Ah. Ritska felt his lips pull upwards just a little, raising an eyebrow. Wait and hope, huh? Hope indeed, he could probably do with a lot of that. Especially as of late. His eyes shifted and his head turned, one short sweep across the room. Then he felt a small flicker of an idea. Hey, he called out. How about a little game to pass the time? Ritska held his arms by his side as he stared down at the ground, drumming his fingers along his upper thigh. Shizuko offered him a gentle, almost serene smile, and then proceeded to shake her head from side to side. With a sigh, he turned to Mercedes as she offered her own small smile and dragged the small stone in her hand across the wall, leaving another cross mark in the wall and signaling the end of another word. Huffing quietly, he looked back down and mentally thought out the word. Thus far he had an E and a U. Admittedly the B looked as if it might have been a bad guess on his part, but it was mostly about getting everyone into the spirit of the game. At least Shizuko had not always been blind and mute, or so he had been able to infer from the way she knew what letters were and seemed to understand the premise of the game. Though Hangman might have been a little on the nose for their current location. Ah, wait, He leaned forwards and squinted a bit harder at what he had been able to write out on the floor so far, raising his arms and folding them over his chest. His lip twitched ever so slightly as he glanced up towards Shizuko before he snapped his fingers and caught up what he believed would be the next letter. S. Shizuko nodded, then held up 3 fingers. USEU. Ritska smirked. Museum. Shizuko gave a very gentle clap of the hands and smiled at him, reaching across and then patting him on the top of his head. Ritska ducked ever so slightly and sent her a small look that she didn't see, but he did make a noise to get across his humor at the fact she was a little physical with her affection. And very much acting as though their roles were reversed here. Congratulations. Mercedes offered from her own spot, shifting forwards on her knees and glancing down, then towards him. You seem to catch on very quickly. Ritska shrugged. It was a fairly simple word and I just figured it was a way to keep us all busy. Avenger. He looked over his shoulder and gestured down. Want to join in? Avenger looked at him, then towards the others, before looking back to him. How you preserve is for you and you alone to decide, though I would rather avoid the invitation. All right. Ritska shrugged. But if you change your mind, feel free to let me know. Turning back, he looked up and smiled. All right, my turn now, 5-letter word. Master. That's 6 letters, sorry Avenger. Ritska said back without even batting an eye, pulling his lips up into a brief twitch of a smile as he glanced towards the servant. He looked very unimpressed with the comment, but Ritska did not regret making it in the least. Another one then. Ritska hummed as he pushed himself to his feet and rolled his shoulders. Avenger nodded at him. All right then. He looked down at Mercedes and Shizuko. I'd probably feel a bit better if you guys stayed here until myself and Avenger come back. This is probably going to end up being pretty violent and I'd rather neither of you get hurt because of something happening. Mercedes was rising up to meet him, a frown on her lips. Be that as it may, the thought of allowing you to rush off all by yourself is hardly one that sits all that well with me, and I doubt it would be any more dangerous with you than to remain here. In case more of those monsters should happen by. Ritska grimaced. That was a good point she made. He glanced towards Avenger and could already see what he would be saying. Their safety was none of his concern, it was what his eyes translated from the long and unblinking stare that he sent to Ritska. Drumming his fingers upon his leg, Ritska slowly started to nod up and down before he glanced back to Mercedes and Shizuko, then let out a short sigh. Fair enough, but stay next to me. Ritska hardened his words. I mean it. It's gonna be dangerous beside me but at least you won't be left alone, alright? He turned and moved towards Shizuko, dropping down onto one knee and smiling at her. That goes for you as well, Shizuko. I want you to stay right next to me at all times, either me or Mercedes, probably her because at least if fighting kicks off, because I'll be having to fight as well. Not physically, at least. But any enemies with some sense would probably know he was a master and would immediately gun for him when they weren't fighting Avenger. Hopefully the two of them would sort of blend into the background and be ignored by whatever judge that Ritska was trying to get past. Shizuko reached out, placing a hand on his forearm and then slowly nodding her head up and down. All right, Ritska hummed. Let me. Mercedes cut in, appearing down beside him and quickly moving down and scooping the girl up. Ritska blinked at both the speed and the delicacy with which the woman took the girl into her arms and held her up without even so much as a pause to readjust herself. Please, allow me to do this much if we are to come with you. All right, yeah. Ritska coughed and stood up. Turning and walking past Avenger, he jerked his head forwards. Let's go then. And with that, they were away once more into the depths of the prison. Something gnawed at him, as though someone had been poking the side of his head a few times to get his attention and pull at his hands. It led him towards the direction of the healing place, the little room where Sister Olga and Brother Roman were. He had meant to go already. But then he felt those little pulls and he was walking a bit faster. Yet his nose caught a scent which almost stopped him, the scent of light kin. But Brother Ritska needed him more than anyone needed him to be upset over this in his anger, it wasn't that important. Not right now and it would be bad if he started causing trouble because his feelings were hurt. So he started walking once again and tried to ignore how it would feel when he was standing in the room with them all over again. The door opened as he rounded the corner. Calamate stopped on instinct when a person walked out. He said nothing, made no motion to move, and just stared at them as they made a small turn in his direction and then they themselves stopped and blinked. Oh, good, morrow. With a welcoming smile, the human, light kin, of dark red hair raised his hand and waved towards him in greeting. It was a few seconds before Calamate could even respond to that, showing them a faint nod of the head and walking once again, eyes breaking away and towards the door they had just come out of. It was a bit hard to look at the face of his killer and not ready himself for a fight. And he didn't know why that was in the first place, he felt none of it with Sister Olga. Strange indeed. His killer turned and walked off, saying nothing further, and moving to as far as his senses could catch them on this floor. Calamate spared a glance at their departure and noted that the smell of lightkin had gotten no weaker upon the farewell of his killer. Instead, the scent only grew more potent as he stepped through the door and set his eyes upon the small crowd in the room. Going unnoticed was easy for him. At least at first. But then he looked at Sister Olga in the corner of the room. Her face was deeply strained against itself and her arms were folded tight to her body. Her eyes fixed on Brother Ritska with a rather clear feeling in them. One that he certainly shared at times in the past, so he knew what was bothering her. He spared the room a short glance, eyes lingering on the tall light-kin woman who sat with Sister Mash, before he walked off towards Olga. She did not even seem to notice that he was approaching until he was right beside her, turning just enough that he was in front of her but not blocking off Brother Ritska. It was mostly his own reason for being like that. Calamate just didn't want to see the light-kin in the room at the same time he spoke with Olga. She perked up ever so slightly when she caught sight of him, a brief flicker of surprise, then it dimmed and she nodded her head in greeting, eyes pointedly landing on the light-kin behind him as she spoke. Berserker. Olga. Calamate greeted with a short nod. How are you? She huffed and shook her head. Fujimaru is the one with the problems at the moment. Right. He nodded his head slowly. But it's still hard to watch family get hurt. He's not. Olga cut herself short and raised her hand, rubbing at her brows and exhaling. He is a valued subordinate and I am obviously going to do everything that is physically within my power to see him pull through this. Calamate did not doubt that for a moment. He smiled a little. I know. You care about them like that. It's good, but it's still a bit hard, so I'll be here. Her eyes landed on his own. She said nothing and instead sucked in a breath and then exhaled just as quickly. HMPH. It was a quiet grunt she gave. What about Sister Mash? Calamate asked. How is she? Olga's face tightened a little into something unpleasant, then smoothed out. She is busying herself with whatever she can to make him comfortable. Her quality of care has been exemplary and I expect to hear some words of gratitude delivered from Fujimaru to her for the level of effort she has gone through. That was good. Calamate felt a smile pull at his lips as he glanced over his shoulder. It was a smile that didn't last very long as he found himself staring into the eyes of the tall lightkin once again. She didn't stare long, but just enough that he knew she was paying attention to him. Then she was whispering to Mash again as though nothing happened, as though she forgot about him, and seemed to be bringing about some small joy in the conversation between herself and Sister Mash. I'm sure Brother Ritska will be fine. Calamate muttered towards Olga, turning away very slowly and looking at her. You're good at winning. His words brought a brief smile, but then it vanished and her face did the unpleasant twitch once again. Her eyes remained on Ritska even though it felt like she was paying a little bit more attention to him now. I am sure that Fujimaru would appreciate your support. Calamate offered a small shrug. All I can do is stand here and watch, but I can at least be here. Maybe that would be enough. It was more than he had been able to accomplish in the past when he was with his brothers and sisters. When he was alone, turning away from Olga, he stepped backwards until he was against the wall and by her side, not quite shoulder to shoulder but close enough that they were touching one another. Being here felt different. At least at the moment. The pulling had stopped and now he felt a little lighter. Yes, staying here for a while would be good. Actually, he probably wouldn't want to leave, not when Ritska needed him to be here. Even if there was nothing Calamate could physically do to help, he could at least be here and watch. Family stuck together through everything and Ritska was his family. Even if he might have deserved a little better. But, he felt a bit at peace now. This was fine. Watching something that should have made him a little frustrated, didn't do anything. He was here with Sister Olga and the both of them watching over Brother Ritska. So it was fine. Ritska would be fine. Calamate was certain of that. The walk had been quiet. Too quiet, Ritska had thought, but he complained very little about not having to fight his way to the next Hall of Judgment, or whatever they were called. It gave him a little time to prepare himself for the very real possibility that the next person he fought could be someone he already knew or had met in the past. Quote, "You're really not gonna do anything to protect them, are you?" he whispered as he closed in on Avenger, unsure of whether those behind could actually hear him, but he needed to ask all the same. Thinning his lips and hoping that he was wrong, but expecting that it really was as he feared. Avenger had made it clear. But perhaps he hoped the man had changed his mind. He was met with no such luck. The unmoved expression without words was truly his answer. "Did you not already suspect this?" Avenger asked quietly. "Was that not why you told them to remain by your side for as long as possible?" "Ha, a shrewd tactic, but one I am skilled in overcoming. My protection extends to you and you alone, Master. It was not through my hand that those two were plucked from perdition." "Yeah, I know," Ritska grumbled back, idly rubbing his hands along the back of the command seals, twisting his wrist over and looking down at them for a moment. "I would advise against such reckless tactics." He looked back up. Avenger peered down at the same hand. "It would better serve your own life to hold those until the most critical moments, Master. Wasting them on such frivolous things, whether they live or die, should be no concern of yours, unless you wish to remain forever lost from your friends. For them to remain by the side of your cold body until—" "All right," Ritska cut in, "I get it, but they're my seals and it's my choice." A staring contest followed, Ritska unwilling to break it. Then Avenger inclined his head and pulled his lips in the barest amount. "Tell me, if to live, to return home, your hands would need to be stained once more." Eyes moved pointedly from him into somewhere over his shoulder before they returned. "Could you truly do it, I wonder?" Ritska clenched his jaw, then turned away. He was not going to answer that. He wasn't even going to entertain that. Instead he looked ahead and spotted something which he never thought he would have been relieved to see. The end of the line for their brief stint in the darkness. He came to a stop and raised his hand, pointing ahead of them into the same old-looking doorway which had led him to the previous Hall of Judgment. "That's what we're looking for." It was mostly said for the benefit of Mercedes. He followed through with a short turn around to face her and Shizuko. Mercedes had her eyes past him and on the door. A curl of the lips and a slight tremble ran through her frame, taking a short gulp before she spoke. "It appears to cast quite the terrifying sight, doesn't it? And beyond that door lies someone who will try to kill you." Her eyes bore into his own, searching. Quote, "Are you, well," Ritska shrugged, "as I will ever be. As for the two of you, as soon as the fighting starts, try and get as far away as possible. Either back through into here or anywhere else, it doesn't matter." He'd make himself a target if needs be, though he doubted it would come to that. Maybe. Hopefully. Mercedes continued to look at him, her mouth opened and then it closed, a grimace overtook her. If you say so, though I'd ask you not to do anything reckless." Ritska inclined his head and turned. "Yeah, I'd like to walk out of here as well." And with that, he approached the door once more and laid his hands flat upon it. Taking in a short breath before he started to push, and just like the one before, it moved as though it was weighted to the ground and something was on the other side blocking his path, yet it was, perhaps, a touch faster. It was hard to notice. As the doors creaked open, he squinted through the gap and looked around quickly in search for any sign of someone inside, or any familiar shape, but there was very little there for him to see. So he kept on pushing, leaning his shoulder into the left door and pressing himself against it. With a final shunt, he pushed through and opened up a gap wide enough for him to get his body through. Only when he took the first step did the right door suddenly glide across the floor. His eyes darted back as Avenger opened up the door with the ease of a single hand and casual steps across the floor. The man paid him no heed as he pushed the door open far enough and strode past him and then stopped. Ritska thinned his lips and looked back, wearing a smile. Mercedes was giving a disapproving stare at the back of Avenger. Shizuko had folded her arms and looked much the same, a tight frown on her face. He got the feeling that Avenger had gotten ratted out there. "Tell me, Master." Avenger's voice suddenly echoed through the hall. "Have you ever felt lust before?" Ritska blinked very slowly at the question, straightening ever so slightly. I beg your pardon, lust. Avenger repeated, confirming that he had not suffered from some spontaneous audio illusion. Have you ever felt such a primal force as lust? Have you longed for the touch of another warm body? Have you felt reason and sanity driven from your mind and replaced only with an urge fit for beasts in heat? He just continued to stare. What? This is the second question that stands before you in the Hall of Judgment, Master. Avenger finished, tilting his head. So tell me, have you ever felt lust? Whether or not Ritska had an answer, his mind cut short at the sight of something else just behind Avenger. A shadow peeling from the wall and rapidly approaching, far from silent as the sound of stomping swiftly bounced off the walls, light washed away the shroud of darkness and revealed the arrival. And as soon as he crossed into the light, his voice carried forth, deep and resounding without an ounce of shame. Of course I have, the man boldly declared, grinning widely. Avenger gave no indication he even acknowledged the man in the least, still standing with his back towards him. Ritska, meanwhile, carried himself a little bit backwards and moved just enough that he stood between the man and the two behind him, eyes narrowing ever so slightly as he looked the arrival up and down. They were tall but not huge, but the way the man looked was certainly intimidating enough. With spiked hair of a deep purple, short and pointed, it rested atop a sharp-angled head, and below that was his bare-muscled frame on display from the waist up, and stretched over his chest from his shoulder to his hip were 3 large gashes, like those of a giant claw, scarred over his skin. Barely covering that was a lime green vest, and mounted atop that, running across either shoulder, were thick plates of polished metal. Between those and the thick gauntlets that covered his forearms and hands, it was the only sort of armor the man had at all. All else he wore were a pair of trousers made of cloth and held up by a belt of red fabric. The man did not even wear shoes, instead his feet were all wrapped up in bandages. Ritska would have met the man's eyes, if he had them open at all. Or perhaps he did and just squinted very tightly, but he could feel it when the eyes of the man swept over him, or when his gaze did. The man was still smiling, even as he folded his large arms over his chest and tensed them just enough that the muscles were seen to put themselves on even greater display. Ritska could have sworn the guy was flexing just to show off at that point. And he wasn't even certain if they were doing it on purpose. You speak so loudly that I could not resist but speak up. The man continued, and you say such things as though you would frown. Nonsense, I say. For what is a warrior, nay, what is a hero if they feel no lust at all? The grin got all the more wide. And should you call that a sin? Ha 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 ha. He threw back his head and released a deep rumbling laugh. Then I shall gladly take on the title of sinner, for it is a feeling I am all too familiar with and would embrace openly. I stand here as perhaps the greatest sinner, in that case, as the leader of the Red Branch Knights and as former King of Ulster. Spreading his arms wide, but Ritska's mind was whirling with the familiar words. For I am Fergus Mac Roic. Fergus bellowed deep from his lungs. And I love women. Ritska leaned back ever so slightly, diverting his eyes to Avenger and staring at him for some sort of comment. Yes, Avenger had clearly heard that long rant. But the servant looked far from bothered, instead he stepped towards Ritska and turned side on. Cast your eyes not upon me, master, but upon this man. Raising an arm, he gestured to Fergus. Gaze upon him and see that which is present in the heart of every man and woman. That which seeks another, which seeks the warmth, which seeks an embrace that all too often leads to sordid tears. Sordid. Fergus coughed, whirling on Avenger and frowning. Who do you think you are calling sordid? When I eat, I eat. When I find someone I want to bed, I bed them. That is the true way of pleasure and should not be spurred or mocked. It should be embraced openly. Is that not life at its most freeing? That was, a lot. And all Ritska could think was this. Ash would really hate you. Not even just Ash, the way the guy was talking was problematic in so many ways. Especially that last bit. That sounded seriously concerning to him. Then yours is a friend most boring. Fergus announced with a dismissive wave of the hand. And I might fight when I so choose as well, and now it seems my urges rise once more. There is indeed something here which has my heart rousing, the drumming in my chest, the pumping of my blood. Fergus placed a hand over his chest and sucked in a breath. Yes, this is a feeling I know well. And then suddenly, the tone of the room shifted. Ritska felt something wash over him as the focus changed. He clenched his jaw a little tighter and was overcome with the urge to step a little bit closer to Mercedes, something he did rather quickly at that and for a reason he was starting to consider rather acutely. And it is the feeling of a woman most beautiful, one who is indeed worthy of betting. What? Mercedes sputtered out, a voice a mixture of shocked and now slightly terrified. What are you talking about? I feared that I would be left alone in this prison, in this cold place, but now there is something here which shall bring some light into my life. It seems this moldy place shall not be as dour as I feared. Swinging an arm forwards, Fergus pointed right past Ritska and towards Mercedes. You, woman with lovely protruding breasts, Mercedes let out a shocked gasp, I shall make you mine. Ritska narrowed his eyes and stepped a bit to the right, now moving completely in between Fergus and Mercedes. He was drawing a line here. That is not going to happen, Ritska declared with a slight shake of the head. Bestial urges or not, you're crazy if you think that. So you intend to take my woman from me? Fergus cut him short with a frown and a tilt of the head, then stopped and leaned back, shifting on his weight and drawing out a small look of understanding. Or perhaps you are to claim she is yours instead. But that makes no difference to me. I have decided she is to be mine, and if you stand in the way, then I shall kill you. He stopped, then rolled his shoulders until they cracked. But I intended to do that anyway. I have no need for any of you. Not the servant by your side, nor the crippled girl without meat on her. Such is the law of survival. I've never much liked that. Ritska shot back with a shake of the head. And to be honest, you're not nearly as convincing as the other guy who talks about it, and he's not even that convincing. Nar Alma had an insane conviction, but it was a conviction. The guy genuinely believed what he said. This sounded like a poor excuse, and perhaps that was why it irritated Ritska a little. Fergus' expression hardened, and then he, without so much as a single sound, opened up his hand. Into those waiting fingers fell a sword that was more akin to a drill than any regular weapon he had seen, a spiraled blade with a handle fit for two hands. Fergus hefted it up with but a single grip on the weapon, dropping it down upon his shoulder and taking in a slow breath. It was as if he could see the strength entering the man. Avenger. Ritska called out, get ready for combat. Ha! Avenger barked a laugh. I would have thought to ask what your choice would be, Master, whether you would surrender the woman or not, but it seems as though I need not have bothered. Ha ha ha. Very well. Hunching forwards, Avenger's hands whipped out from under the cloak and coated themselves in deep blue flames. Now then, Master, let us see if this devil of purgatory can truly endure the so-called law of survival. He's getting closer. But so far, this place is changing as he moves. Keeping him from it. But he will find it. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, v. It was an immediate sense of danger. Fighting Fergus was starkly different from fighting Calamate, and that became clear within the first few seconds. As the man raised his drill sword high and then plunged it straight down, the world shifted and was torn up, the ground displaced and split open. Ritska's footing slipped and he fell backwards with a gasp, only to find himself flung backwards as Avenger all but tackled him into the air and away from the ground he had been stood up. His first thought, as he watched the stone tear itself apart from the impact, was how close he had come to being caught in that. The second thought was of Mercedes and Shizuko. Wide-eyed, he turned towards the direction they were in the short moment that he was in the air. Time slowed for him as his eyes fell upon them, and they looked back at him with faces of shock and alarm. Except none of the damage actually reached them at all. They still stood firmly upright without a single crack forming around them. Then there was the impact. He grunted as Avenger let him go and he crashed into the floor, rolling hard on his shoulder and catching his hands against stone. He pushed himself up and snapped his eyes to where Avenger was, mouth open to complain about the rough treatment. Only then did he stop and widen his eyes as the shadow of Fergus fell above them both, sword raised high and swinging right towards Avenger. The next few seconds were a blur of shouting, crashing in bursts of flames. Ritska was blasted off his feet once more, spiraling back and crashing into the ground in a rough heap. Fighting the immediate urge to curl up into a ball and lay there, he flung himself upwards and was on his feet and looking for any sign of the two servants in amongst the haze of dust and flame. Eyes squinted, they caught onto a sudden blur of movement as the dust storm abruptly opened up. Avenger with burning hands raised caught the sword, or rather, his flames caught the sword, as it was brought down towards his head. But he caught the second in which Fergus would yank backwards and raise his leg for a kick. Ritska tossed his hand up and flickered a code. Avenger vanished in a sudden burst of light as the kick passed through nothing. Appearing a few feet away and then quickly launching himself into the air, slinging his hands forth and setting loose a dozen bolts of charged blue streams of light one after another. Fergus pivoted with such force he heard the stone crunch under his feet, then the man was spinning the sword like some sort of propeller. Ritska raised his arms in front of himself, feeling the force of the wind slamming against him as he stepped back and caught his balance. With a scary sense of skill, the saber batted aside very nearly every stream of flame which was hurled his way, advancing rapidly after the first few and launching himself towards Avenger. The distance between the two vanished in a heartbeat. Fergus was right in front of them and thrusting the sword forwards. Then a curtain of fire burst up between them. Avenger catapulted backwards as Fergus stumbled through the flames, looking only slightly singed, with the former skipping backwards across the ground to give himself some more distance, working his way back towards Ritska and sliding across the ground. Ritska put something together as he spared a glance towards the direction of Mercedes and Shizuko, jaw rolling as it clicked into place, eyes dancing back to Fergus just in time to see his head swing about and land on himself and Avenger. It all made a lot of sense to him at that moment. Fergus was aiming to kill them. But while that was true, he wasn't aiming to hurt Mercedes and Shizuko, which made an awful lot of sense to him now. Especially with what the man had been talking about, so that meant the safest place for the two of them at the moment would be. Master! Avenger's shout of alarm broke his thoughts. Suddenly he was being scooped off the ground and into the air with not even a moment later, there being a large slab or rock smashing into the wall just behind them and breaking into shards. Ritska shook his head and glanced down at Fergus as the man took off after them, eyes narrowing at the servant. He gave the servant a small tap to indicate a new plan. Hands around him loosened and then he was dropping back down, this time hitting the ground at a better angle and catching himself into a roll. He turned about and sent the plan through their link. Avenger whirled around and let out another curtain of fire between them and Fergus. The flames stretched high and wide, reaching the tallest reach of the chamber they stood within and illuminating the shadows above their head. The emergency enhancement came next. Power flooded Avenger as he drew his arms back. The crackle of flames and light spread over his fingers as he raised his arms above his head and pulled his entire body back. In the instant a shadow appeared and the flames parted. Avenger let the attack loose. Right into the raised sword of Fergus, the stream was cut clean in two and looping around either side of the saber. Though his steps slowed to a point where even Ritska could track his movements, it was still very little to displace the servant in the least. With a bellow, Fergus thrust the sword down and planted it in the ground once more, giving a single earth-shuddering twist of the blade and unleashing a blast. The flames were snuffed quickly and Ritska was very nearly knocked back off his feet. The rattle of chains and the thunderclap of wind drowned out all other noises. But Ritska could see something more. The displaced earth and the loose rubble. It could be made to work for them, if only to distract Fergus long enough to land a solid blow on him. Ritska took off in a sprint, loosening his jacket from his body and ducking down, scooping up all the rocks he could in sight and throwing them into the makeshift back, one after another. None that were too large to take up more space. He needed something that was at least manageable for a cloud. His eyes snapped up and his eyes fell upon Avenger. His mystic code was in his hands and not on him, so he had to use something else. The command seals burned bright as he raised his right hand and clenched his fist. The command shot through his mind. Strengthen your arms. And like that, Avenger released a sudden and boisterous laugh, the same one that spilled with confidence as with before. Then suddenly he was striking the drill sword with a backhand that knocked it off course from running him through and slamming a burning fist into Fergus' jaw. The sound of the punch landing was like a gun going off, a brief tilt of the head. But then Fergus righted back quickly and knocked the outstretched hand away, throwing up his sword into the air. Ritska did not see much beyond a few blurred movements. The arms of the saber vanished completely, and in the next movement Avenger had been folded and hurled across the room with a series of bone-shuddering claps signaling the trading of punches. Fergus caught his sword as it dropped back down and twirled it about, his lips spreading into a sharp and almost bloodthirsty smirk. A smirk that looked decidedly familiar to him. Great. He smiles like see you. Ritska moaned to himself, but then Fergus whipped around and looked at him rather sharply for a couple of seconds, head tilted. It was only for a moment, but it was enough of a distraction, for whatever reason that it existed, that allowed Avenger to practically appear behind the saber. They clearly sensed something as he turned around and was in the process of raising his arm to block. Fergus was launched across the room with a kick, slowing down and revealing the arm which had been raised to block. The metal singed and smoking from where it had been struck, the saber lowered it and gave it a small shake. Avenger landed and looked up rather sharply. What is the matter? For a warrior to so swiftly turn their head in battle at no more than the tweet of a wild bird. Surely you are one with more sense than that. It is all but begging for you to lose your head in the heat of the moment, O devil of purgatory. Ha! Fergus grinned savagely. You've still got a mouth on you. That's good. I'd be disappointed if you didn't have some bark to make up for your lacking bite. You and that boy seem far too green to me, but at least try and make me work for it. Raising a meaty fist, he slammed it into his chest like the beat of a drum. Nothing gets the blood pumping like a good fight, and then nothing like a woman to calm you down after it all. Ritska replied on instinct. Guess you're gonna be disappointed. Fergus laughed. If you say so, brat. Even without the name, the man was without a doubt a Celt. Only they could sound so jovial and friendly when fighting to the death. Well, except Alma. But that was a different kind of battle crazy. Short reprieve that it was, it ended when Fergus stomped down and launched himself right towards Ritska, laughing all the while. It was the split second in which everything slowed down for him, falling backwards as Fergus was suddenly right in his face, all while Avenger was lunging towards him with blazing hands. He dropped down to the ground as head and light rolled over him. A collision happened somewhere above him which nearly sent him sprawling, but quickly snatching his hand out around his makeshift bag of rubble and dragging it back up, charging forwards and then sliding to a halt as he stared at Mercedes standing not all that far from him, her own red coat held in her hands with some loose rubble caught in it. Ritska blinked and opened his mouth. She looked more frazzled and confused. You need it, all right. He stopped for a moment, then quickly nodded his head and smiled at her. Thank you. And with that, he gently took the bagged-up coat from her, filled with rubble, and turned about and ran across the room towards the fighting servants. Eyes narrowed as he grew closer and closer. He heaved up with loosened his grip around the jackets just enough to let loose the shards of stone and brick. It was more like a clumsy buckshot than an actual attack. But then a second command seal burned. Let your flames burn hot. Avenger ducked down and lashed out with a roundhouse kick, trailing fire behind his heel and then throwing himself aside. The loose shrapnel that Ritska had flung out fell right into the path of the sudden wall of fire and then launched right through it, coated in flames and turned to a molten sludge. Wah! Fergus sounded suddenly alarmed as he was promptly bathed in glowing blue lava. All while that was happening, Ritska threw the red coat back to Mercedes and slipped his own jacket back on, ignoring the slight stabs against his skin where some of the rubble was still hiding in the sleeves. He tightened it up and activated another 2 mystic codes in rapid succession. Avenger was healed and promptly empowered further. If it is my bite you wish to endure. Avenger raced forwards and slammed a fist into Fergus' gut, folding the man over the arm. Then endure it you shall. The punch exploded and Fergus was sent crashing into the furthest most wall away from them. Ritska's eyes jumped up to the chains and narrowed just a touch. Avenger caught his intention as Ritska pointed to them once more. The servant leaned and caught a couple in his hands and yanked down, tearing them free of wherever they had been held in place. Naturally, when Fergus emerged, he looked quite a bit worse for wear, more so than last time. Rather awful-looking burns were present over his skin and there was a large bruise forming on his gut, in amongst that was the burnt indentation of Avenger's knuckles. It was the rattle of chains as Avenger lashed out with the weapons in his hand and thrust them towards the saber, looping one around the arm holding the sword and another around his legs. Fergus, dazed from the attack, staggered into it as Avenger yanked and tripped him forwards, the sword slipped from his hands and clattered to the floor. Another chance had opened up. And this time, Avenger needed no further prompting from him. With a loud laugh spilling from his lips, he raced forwards and flipped upwards through the air, yanking the chains and pulling Fergus upwards and dropping down in the same moment. The pair vanished in a cloud of dust as Avenger fell upon him with his heel falling down like an axe. Ritska was sure he could barely catch the moment the foot was driven into Fergus' nose and was certain that the sound, which was very much like a branch snapping, was the signal of the nose breaking under the attack. Another burst of flames followed, far brighter than all those who came before, and then all went silent rather abruptly. Ritska waited for a moment, then called out into the haze. "Avenger, you all right?" There was no response for a couple moments. Then he saw a flicker of movement. The distinct shadow of the servant staggered out of the dust and towards them, limping rather clearly. Ritska raced forwards and towards Avenger as he appeared, with a rather clear bruise forming over his right side and his nose bent at a rather crooked angle. Just as he started to topple, Ritska was at his side and keeping his hands on the shoulder of the servant, keeping them upright. "Whoa, how bad?" Avenger made a small noise which was akin to a laugh, jerking his head towards the cloud. "Though my injuries are indeed unpleasant, they are no worse than his, for he burns brightly as befitting a sin in hell." Ritska spared a glance and the smell hit him, his nose curled and he very nearly gagged at it but managed to hold it in, only by souring his expression instead. It was a burnt patch on the ground, in amongst a pile of something that had once been a person. He was most certain that Fergus was dead. "Are you distraught with his death as well?" The comment from Avenger brought a scowl to his face. "I wish it hadn't come to that. Does that satisfy you?" A comforting answer to give. Avenger pulled their weight away from him and turned just enough that they could show him their smile. "Does it feel like a warm blanket over your shoulders when you give it, Master?" "Yeah, it does." With stiff words, Ritska walked Avenger back towards the direction of the doorway and glanced across to see if he could spot where Mercedes and Shizuko were, though he was not long in finding them as the pair came all but sprinting over towards him. Rather, it was Mercedes carrying the latter which came sprinting. "Are you all right?" The words tumbled out of her mouth rather quickly, eyes already roaming over him in a frantic search for injuries. With a thin smile, he nodded back. "I'm alive, at least." Which was, at the moment, the thing he was trying to be most concerned about. It was a thought that was easy enough to find some comfort in. He was alive and the person who had tried to kill him was dead. He wasn't going to apologize for surviving. It was what he told himself once again, and just as before, he meant it. "Come on." Setting the thoughts aside for the time being, he nodded his head to the doors. "We'll head back." Avenger breathed a laugh. "Do you intend to carry me the rest of the way? Your generosity is most surprising, Master. Or perhaps you wish to let me languish with my wounds for just a bit longer as a penance of sorts." At that, he stopped and took in a breath. Laying his hand flat on Avenger's side, he let out the mystic code to the best of his ability and then drew it back. "I do get tired, you know." Ritska replied to him as he resumed walking, still with the weight of the servant over his shoulder, but lesser than before. "And I wasn't doing this to you because I hate you or something. I have done little to place myself within your good graces, Master." Avenger said. "Many would not be surprised if you held strong feelings of dislike." "Yeah, well." He shrugged at that. Apparently he was good at not living up to the expectations of people. Sue him. Right now though, goodness, was he starting to miss that cell. Something that might have been a bad sign, but at least he didn't have to go out and start doing some fighting when he was back in there. And he could do with a long rest. "These black men," said the landlord lowering his voice, "they're looking for Baggins, and if they mean well, then I'm a hobbit." It was on Monday, and all the dogs were yammering and the geese screaming. Mash took a pause in speaking, raising her eyes from the book and turning towards the door as it opened up once again. It was hard not to see Calamate suddenly pout at the interruption. He had been leaning forwards during her reading session with greater and greater interest. Through the door came a number of servants she hadn't expected to appear as one group. "Hello, everyone." Greeting politely, she smiled at them and nodded in welcoming. It got her a couple smiles and some waves of the hand from both of Siyu's, though Scathach spared her a short but meaningful glance as she inclined her head in a similar bow, but it was that and that alone. Soon it was Senpei who they were all turned to look down upon, the warrior queen being the first to approach and fold her arms. I see. Her foot tapped on the ground a few times. So you were rather perceptive in this instance, Satanta. It was a question clearly aimed for Caster Cu, given he was the one who let out an indignant huff and rolled his eyes. I am a caster, you know. It would be a little embarrassing if I couldn't do more than swing around a staff and chuck a couple fireballs. Scathach hummed. I recall someone having to be dragged to their lessons, or perhaps I merely imagined such things. Then again, this was a certain someone who never claimed to see the value in runes until they were set upon by several dozen of them at once. Both Siyus shuddered at those words. Mash felt a slight hint of cold creep up her own spine as well for some reason. And it was not even for a comment aimed at her. Still, with a wave of the hand, there were symbols cast into the air and flowing across the room, settling onto Senpai's chest and glowing rather brightly before dimming completely. It was a short but impressive display, but it was met by a frowning face as Scathach placed her hands firmly upon her hips. Mash leaned forwards. Scathach-san. They reject even the strength of runes, unless, the woman suddenly looked down at her hands and narrowed her eyes, rubbing her fingers together a few times before dropping her arm down and saying nothing else. Perhaps not. There was no further elaboration. Both Siyus snorted at that, then the Lancer version turned to her and shook his head. Pay it no mind, lass. He jerked his head to Scathach. She does this sort of thing a lot. She did. Once more, the door opened. I see that there has been something of a gathering. Or well-wishers not expected beside the bed of such a person. In came both Nud and Flan respectively. Nud approached her rather swiftly with a comforting smile. How are you feeling, young lass? Mash could only shrug. I'm worried. Good. Nud nodded his head, then smiled. Worrying means that things can get better. Was that how it worked? Thinking about his words for a short moment, she figured that he might have actually been right. Because she was still worried, that meant she hadn't gotten sad or started despairing just yet, so it meant that things could get better. Did that mean as long as she was only worried, it meant it was a good sign? The hell kind of wisdom is that? Lancer Cu interrupted her thoughts rather abruptly, brows pinched together. Nud shrugged. Can you tell me I am wrong? If you are only worried, then it can yet be beaten. His words brought the room into silence. Apparently everyone was thinking about that now, all with varying expressions of thought. Your words are strange as always. Flan broke the silence, advancing on the bed. But there is some element of sense, though I find myself puzzled as to what good my presence would do anything. I am no spell slinger nor am I one for the healing arts. No, I thought your fiery personality would really ignite the room. There was the distinct sound of someone snorting. Mash looked about in search of the noise. Strange. It looked like it had come from the director. She squinted a little bit harder. The woman caught her stare and quickly turned her eyes to the ceiling. Did the director laugh? Did that mean the director appreciated puns? She would tell Senpei about this when he woke up, so all she had to do was keep worrying. That felt wrong to think, but it also felt right when Nud described it as he did. You never cease, do you? Flan sighed, dragging a hand over his face. Nud chuckled. Between the two of us, someone has to lighten up the room. I am not going to apologize. Flan gave a long shake of the head. The two Cus glanced at one another and shrugged. Scathach turned to Nud directly. I suppose you have come here to dispense more than jokes. Nud looked back. Why should that not be the extent of my purpose? It can be ever so dreary when at the bedside of a friend in pain. What better time is there than under a cloud to appreciate the rays of the sun? Is that another fire joke? It was not intended to be, but here we are. Mash appreciated what he was doing at least. Even if everyone else seemed to be caught between annoyed and exasperated. So then, Nud's eyes fell to her and looked down. So I see. Reading him some stories, are you? Guinevere Sand said it might help if I did that. Flan shifted just a bit at the mention of the goddess, but not a lot. She would think that, he said. And perhaps she would be right. Often she would read tales of old Enor Londo to our children, speaking to them of the glory of the early days and of the majesty of its denizens. She was certainly inspirational enough with her words that I could see most of them take them to heart. Folding his arms, he looked at the book. Yet I doubt that is of the same sort. Mash slowly nodded her head. Comparing the two felt a bit strange, but she could at least explain. Senpei sometimes makes references, so, when he wakes up, I wanted to surprise him by making one that he would understand. Flan made a small sound. Was it approving? It sounded approving. If you have all come here and done what you wished to do, then if you could please leave. The director said from somewhere behind her. This is not a theater and there are no performances to be seen here. Calamate looked across. But I thought Mash was reading. Be quiet. All right. Scathach slowly raised a brow as she looked first towards the silenced Calamate, and then towards the director. Her eyes sharpened just a little and there was a twitch of a smile on her lip. Scathach. No. Nud spoke up rather suddenly. Do not. The Lancer gave an unconvincing hum and then slowly turned and strode back out of the room, leaving behind the two Seiyus and the pair of gods. Rather abruptly, Nud and both the Seiyus let out equal sighs of exasperation. That is definitely gonna backfire. Lancer Seiyu remarked. Yep. Caster Seiyu agreed. We should probably do something, Nud finished. All yours. The two Seiyus said. She is your teacher. Hey, you fought Balur. Lancer Seiyu pointed out, gesturing to him. I bet you can deal with Shisho. Nud dropped his hands to his hips. I think what you meant to say was that I was killed by Balur, because I was. He cut off my head after glaring at me for a solid 10 seconds. Do you have any idea how painful that was? Caster Seiyu offered a flat expression. Yeah, I doubt Shisho compares to that. Probably not, Nud admitted. But she could still decapitate me. That seemed rather grisly. Please don't speak like that, Nud-san. Raising her voice and drawing his eyes, she shook her head as she spoke. Scathach-san would not do something like that. Her words had a very strange effect. The trio of servants in front of her shared a glance with one another which seemed to hold an entire conversation before they turned back to her as one. No one said anything else on the matter further. It left her a bit puzzled. Is Mash going to keep reading? Calamate asked. She found herself nodding her head and smiling ever so slightly at his polite request. She hoped that Senpei was somehow benefiting from this as well, but it was nice enough to believe that he was. Mash loves detective stories. Loves them. Mercedes' expression showed she was a little puzzled. Are those books that explain something? Ritsuka nodded at that. Pretty much, yeah. A lot of it is set up so that sometimes you know who did it and sometimes you don't. I think it depends on the author a lot, but I just mostly know about that type of thing from a lot of the other genres of it. Plays and shows, that type of thing. The woman smiled at that, her confusion melting away. I see. Do you read these books with her? To be honest, I've never gotten around to that. He leaned back. Reading isn't something I did a lot of. Well, that was not strictly true. Not the type of books that she reads a lot of, I mean. Mine are mostly action manga. Picture books, sometimes natural history. Oh. The way she said that probably meant she had a different idea of what he was referring to, likely the more traditional sort of picture books meant for children. At least her smile did not dim and she did not look that judgmental. I see. As long as you enjoy them, it is fine. Setting his back a bit further to the wall, he drummed his fingers upon his legs. I think when I get back, I should swap some books with Mash. Give her stuff a try and she can see what I read. I know about it but I've never really gone and read it and that, well, it seems a little strange. Like, she knows about it from the original and I've only seen the adaptations. He didn't know if that made a lot of sense. Whether it comes from paper or by word, Avenger drew his attention. That you know of it should be more than enough. The message remains the same, even if the medium changes. If you fail to grasp it in the form that suits you best, then you will forever remain unable to fully understand the meaning of the work in its earliest iteration. That just sounds like you're telling me not to bother. Perhaps I am. Avenger shrugged, then turned his head and looked on with a knowing smirk. Shall you take that advice, or have my harsh words only pushed you further into the path of literacy? Folding his arms, he huffed back at the servant. You know what? I am going to read those books when I get back to Chaldea. I am going to read them back to front, even if I don't actually understand half of what is on the page for there to read. To spite me. Avenger furrowed his brows, looking curious. Would you truly go to such lengths? Would your friend approve of their entertainment being used in such a malicious way? He could not believe this. Really. He was having a hard time with this. Only able to shake his head in disbelief before eventually finding the words. You are just able to find the cloud in every sky, aren't you? It is why I avoid getting wet. For a guy who likes to say wait and hope a lot, you're seriously cynical. Avenger stared back, then shrugged. What use would hope be to an optimist? Damn, that actually made sense. Well, that aside. Changing the topic back to the original point, he waved a hand across the room. I would not do it just to spite you, that would be a bit more petty, it's just so that I can understand Mash a bit more. She loves those books and maybe I would be able to share in that just a bit, or at least appreciate something that she does enjoy, even if I don't understand it. And that is a wonderful gesture. Mercedes raised her voice before Avenger could offer up a rebuttal to that. Something that was easy to tell they were building up to, especially with that glint in their eyes. Ritska could just see the negative comment on the verge of spilling out, but apparently that was being delayed for a while. It would still arrive, he did not doubt that, but for just a bit they were spared the sadness. Sometimes it might just be enough to share in the joy of strangers, even if the context of it all is lost upon you. Avenger rumbled a laughter, turning on her and giving a pointed stare. I am unsurprised you think as such, given your situation and how lost your face shows you to be. Very much like a flower adrift in the currents of the river. You can do no more but surrender to the current and hope for the best. Ritska leaned forwards just a little bit. A flower adrift in the currents of a river. Are you a poet? That earned him a sudden blink of surprise and then a glare. What? Ritska raised his hands. I'm not mocking you or anything, but you have this really intricate. Yeah, an intricate way of speaking that reminds me a lot of poetry. I was under the impression you were not so well read. He scoffed at that. It's poetry, everyone learns about that sort of thing in school. Like, Shizuko. You know about poetry, right? Nodding her head up and down, she turned slowly in the direction of Avenger and then tilted her head, smiling all the while. Pointing to her, he continued. See, she thinks so as well. So, were you a poet or was it just a hobby that you picked up? Is it vital for you to know? Ritska debated how to answer it. Come now. Mercedes leaned forwards, now she was smiling at him too. It is not something to be ashamed of. I have thought so as well. You can say such horrible things but they are delivered in a way that one cannot help but marvel at. I think you would write some nice poems. Yeah, do some poems. Avenger looked over them all with an expression torn between irritation and bewilderment, then he huffed and shook his head. To think that you would all find yourselves focusing on such minor details as my speech, there are matters of far more dire importance than my words. They said that like it was somehow a new thing. Ritska rolled his eyes at that, shaking his head. Avenger. There's always something of dire importance that happens in my life recently, doesn't mean you can't stop to smell the roses. And yet if you remain idle among the roses for too long, you might find yourself pricked by their thorns. They did not even need to stop and think about that one, it was right off the cuff. See. Turning instead to Mercedes, he gestured at Avenger. He's good at this, right? Nodding her head in support, she was smiling a bit more openly now. Oh, yes. Very much so. A talent for that sort of thing. I cannot recall the last time that I have ever heard a poem before. Shizuko nodded her head a bit more eagerly. Enough. Avenger snapped, but it was a voice lacking the same heat as if he were truly angry with them. Rather, it was as though he sounded more exasperated than anything else. Consider this matter dropped. Marvel at my language all you wish, but I do not speak my words for you to ignore their meaning and praise only their aesthetics. MMMMH. All right, Ritsuka decided, nodding his head up and down. If you say so. If Avenger did not want to be a poet, then he couldn't force them to do it. Simple as that. But it was a shame. He would be far more willing to listen to poems than half of what Avenger said any other time of day. Mercedes looked a little downcast at the refusal, then glanced back his way and leaned forwards. Mayhaps you could tell me more of this Chaldea. It sounds as though you have a great many friends there. Huh. I guess I do. He realized, and it was not that he'd never had friends before, but it was that he'd never had quite so many at any given time. It's certainly one of a kind, that much is for sure, and there's never a quiet day. Sounds excitable. Ritsuka barked out a laugh, throwing back his head and slapping his knee. Excitable. You do not know the half of it. He exclaimed, bringing down his laughter. Just finding one story to tell them would be difficult enough. It was as if there was not a single week that passed by without something happening. They all like to keep busy, pointing to himself, keep me on my toes as well. Shizuko was leaning forwards, he could guess what it was she was after. You guys want a couple stories then? Nodding their heads, he cupped his chin. Well, first one that springs to mind for me, that would have been during a festival of the moon. That was when someone broke in and stole most of our food and then scattered it all across the countryside. We got out and had to go chasing all of it down and met a lot of people out there. Snorting, he folded his arms. Of all their ventures of someone breaking into Chaldea, that had been one of the least chaotic. Unless you were Gwendolyn. The god still wasn't talking about what happened. That sounds rather tragic. Mercedes commented with a frown. To be the victim of theft. Well, she didn't think of it as theft at the time. He added, shaking his head. She was seeing it more as collecting tribute. Well, it was a festival for the moon and she did have some close ties with it, so I guess it just made sense in her mind. Really, most of the trouble came from another guy who was there. Their first meeting with Patches. Speaking of, he had not seen them in quite a while. He wondered what happened to them. Well, they might show up again in the future. Guy was pretty much a master scam artist who could disguise himself. Guess he made a living off preying on greedy people, at least that's what I was told from the people who knew him, went by the name of Patches. Mercedes shifted. Did this man con you then? Ritsuka stopped and thought about it. Well, I'm sure he would have tried to. He did trap us in a pit and then go off somewhere else, but then when we met him again he was perfectly willing to trade with us as though nothing happened. You would barter with those who do you wrongs. Avenger predictably spoke up. You are indeed quick to forgive, or perhaps you are quick to forget. Looking over his shoulder, he titled his head. It wasn't like there was any real harm done to me or anyone else, so getting angry with him would have been a bit of an overreaction. It turned out to be a good move anyway because he sold us some pretty good stuff when we saw him. It was not enough to satisfy Avenger, and when they spoke next it cut to the heart of the matter. But such a thing did not occur to you at the time, did it? No. He was not sure why it would have. I just didn't feel that strongly about it. Well, I was a bit annoyed at the time, but then we found what we were looking for because of it, so I just, sort of didn't have anything to be annoyed about anymore. It seemed weird to hold only it. And if harm had been caused? Ritsuka sighed. Well, that would be a different case. Can I get back to telling the story now? Avenger grunted, giving him permission to continue. He looked back at the audience. Though it turned out that the place he had trapped us also had most of the food that had gone missing as well, but there was a tiny little problem. Pinching his fingers together for effect, he let the silence hang before he resumed. They were being guarded by some monsters. Before he knew it, he was chuckling at the memory. And then Ash, he was one of the guys down there with me, he just stares down at them and then he goes, I am going to deal with this the same way I always do. By walking up to it. Throwing up his hands, he let his chuckles die down enough to speak clearer. Next thing any of us know, he's just walked right off the edge of the little ridge we were on and is marching right up to these lion creatures. Well, they had the bodies of lions but also had an extra head and a snake for a tail. Mercedes looked a bit struck by that, opening and closing her mouth several times before tilting her head. I beg your pardon. Ritska only nodded. Yep, called chimera. Big lion monsters with different animal parts attached to them. Ash just walks right up to them and then starts throwing around fireballs talking about how simple plans work the best. He did. Mercedes cupped her mouth. Gee goodness, I do not believe I could ever do such a thing. Well, that's just Ash. Ritska excused. He's always been a bit like that. Really, I've not seen too many situations that he won't just walk right up to even if they look pretty bad. It was a little inspiring, if he was being honest. He knew that Ash didn't mean it in that way, but it was hard not to appreciate the stoic nature of his second servant and how they didn't really shy away from anything that involved getting their hands dirty. Even if it did sometimes lead them all into a spot of trouble. Well, Ash was strong so it wasn't like the chimera were a problem. Ritska continued on, for the benefit of the both of them. And we had a warrior of sunlight by the name of Solaire with us as well. He was definitely a jolly guy, I've met him a couple times when I've been out on missions. They were a good guy. Ritska looked forward to when they would join Chaldea. Well, if they would join Chaldea. But with Solaire, his gut feelings told him that it was just closer to a when than an if. It sounds like you were very lucky to have them with you. Mercedes let out a breath, then bit her lip. I would have been a bit scared to be there. Watching you fight that man earlier I was just. Ritska snorted. Oh, no. I was probably terrified out of my head. I normally am when I run into these types of things. I just trust that the people around me are going to do their best so I have to do my best for them as well. Simple as that. And when that trust is not enough? Avenger asked. What do you do then? I doubt you surrender to fear. He fell silent. Well. He had done that already. Turning his head, he looked towards Avenger and stared at them. Avenger must have caught it in his face, because their posture shifted rather abruptly and they fell back against the wall, crossing his arms and staring back at Ritska with an unblinking gaze. I see. Avenger rumbled. And yet you remain here, surrendered and then escaped, is that it? Ritska huffed. It would be hard not to be scared at that. At Gwyn. Because they were scary. It was probably the most terrified he had ever been because it had just. Well, for those few moments he had been with nothing but his fear. Oh, turn back to the joyful stories. Mercedes begged, her voice strained. Listening to that is making me feel the shivers. Well, Ritska looked back and smiled. There was the time we set up a musical performance. Was that the best example? It was sort of fun, he supposed, until the singing started. But the setup and teamwork made it almost worth it at the end. Or, at least, he would have gotten around to explaining it. Until he heard a rather deep crunch echo out from somewhere all around them. It was enough that he stopped speaking and then turned his head towards the direction of Avenger to see if he heard it as well. Both Shizuko and Mercedes had stiffened up at the noise, but Avenger pushed off the wall and turned his head. Ritska could see the beginnings of a frown upon his face. With a glance to the two women, he waved his hand to indicate for them to stay where they were, then shifted himself off the bed as quietly as possible and tiptoed across the cell to be beside the servant. What was that? Avenger gave no reply, which probably meant that they did not know either. He frowned at that, not for the lack of an answer, but for the implication. There were a couple things he could guess it being, either another ghost or forlorn spirit wandering the halls, but this cell had been somewhat safe for a while now, if it turned out to be just as viable a target as any other. No, thinking about it now did not change matters. Which way did it come from? He asked next, hoping that he would get an answer. To the right. Avenger answered slowly, eyes narrowing. Quote. Its presence grows stronger still, akin to the rumble of storm clouds. There is no rain to be seen, but it remains there all the same, yet to fall upon us. This guy really did have the makings of a poet. Quote. Did they feel like a servant? He asked next, because that was a thought that occurred to him. Yet another heavy crunch, this time with the distinct echo of a metallic thud, answered him before Avenger could even open his mouth. It was such a reverberating sound that Ritska felt his body twitch against his will. The humming of metal lingered until long after the sound had dissipated. It was hard to place what it was. Except then came another, just like before but far louder and closer. Ritska and Avenger traded a silent stare with one another, then he looked over his shoulder to the pair, smiling more for their sake and waving his hand down. Just gonna take a look outside. Mercedes looked at him fearfully. Are you sure? It sounds. Another crash cut her short and she flinched rather violently. Shizuko laid a hand upon her shoulder to steady her, then looked to him and tilted her head. It seemed as though she was asking if it was truly necessary. Don't worry. Ritska thumbed his chest. I'm actually very careful. Avenger did not help matters by snorting rather loudly. Ritska eyed him with a dry stare for a brief second, shaking his head and turning back towards the row of bars which led down the hallway. There was a new sound that followed, much louder than before and much more consistent. One after another it was a steady drum of metallic beats. Footsteps. Whispering as the word came to him, he looked at the Avenger and then nodded his head to them. Someone was closing in on them and they sounded rather big. But whether they were friend or foe, that was something he didn't know. With how this place was shaping up to be, he was thinking it would be more likely to be the latter, rather than the former, but he could hold out hope for a familiar face. Or at least someone who wasn't out for his head. That would make a nice change. The steps halted. Ritska held his breath and waited for them to start again. Except that didn't happen. He started breathing but slower than before as the silence fell upon them, an ominous lack of sound for how one so lacking in stealth before was leaving behind some worrying thoughts. Namely that they knew someone was listening out for their steps. If it was a servant, they could have converted to spirit form. Can you still sense them? Yes. Avenger was quick to reply, what shall we do? Wait or seek? Now that was a question. Ritska pinched his lips and drummed his hands on his thigh. Well, meeting them out there would get them away from both Mercedes and Shizuko if it came to a fight, so it wasn't much of a choice at all in the first place. Let's go, he said, then nodded to the other two. Back soon. He stepped out after that and into the darkness, eyes narrowed as he peered down the direction the sounds had been coming from. There was only silence that greeted him now, but he could feel as though there was something out there watching him. Even if he could not see them. Avenger came up beside him and then moved forwards a few steps. Cold feet. He huffed. It was possible they were being lured away just so that someone could get into the more vulnerable targets. It seemed a bit more advanced than what the ghosts had been capable of, but the forlorn were a different matter entirely. Someone making as much noise as possible seemed to be the type of person looking to invite visitors. Especially in a place like this. Ritska started walking forwards with Avenger by his side. Nothing else for it, he supposed. Several steps forwards and then there was an almighty crash from the far end of the hallway. The ground under him shuddered and buckled. Ritska stumbled backwards in a mixture of surprise and alarm, quickly finding his balance and tensing himself as he could just about make out the sudden burst of dust and rubble from far ahead, as if something had just smashed into, or out of, one of the cells ahead of them. Further crunches of metal, shadows were banished aside by a flash of blinding lights and a deep growl like a truck. Then a final thud and an explosion. Ritska closed his eyes and stepped backwards, shielding his gaze from the light before it could do so much damage to him. It was only a few seconds before he lowered his eyes again, but by the time he did that there was already Avenger standing in front of him and arms at the ready. Deep ground shaking footsteps came again, faster than before and Ritska could see the movement down the corridor. Not just one or two things either, but it looked as though there was an entire crowd of wraiths charging towards them. Avayan. He didn't get the chance to finish, nor did Avenger get the chance to attack. The blinding golden light filled the hallway once again, streaking out like a whip and lashing against the spirits, except it was followed by a blur and a deep crash. The walls fell inwards as something slammed the wraiths into them. One after another they vanished as the cloud of encroaching dust opened up just long enough for something to lash out and strike them before it was consumed by the wall of debris once again. Whatever it was attacking the wraiths. They were running as well. Not fast enough it seemed. A final crash, something rose up above and then dropped down like a guillotine upon the final spirit. Their body was crushed under the weight of the strike. A shockwave tore down the narrow hallway and rolled over him. Though it was more like slapped him, as he could just about make it out in the few seconds before it hit him, leaving a dull ringing in his ears. But it did serve to wipe the dust cloud away and showed off the owner of the attack. What? Ritska blinked, halfway between raising his hands to cover his ears and keeping them by his side as he stared at the person who was now staring towards them. That plate armor that looked like welded scales, the helmet with bramble-like plume out the back and the twin horns which jutted out and curved back either side. Then there was the two-handled axe, still crackling with lightning. It was, most definitely, Stahl. Except he remembered them being, well, taller. Stahl jerked their head upwards, going upright as they landed their gaze upon him. Though they might have looked like Stahl, Ritska wasn't quite so convinced they were friendly just yet. Or at all. For one thing, they could have been someone who just wore the same armor as the berserker. For another thing, it was probably impossible for them to be here in the first. Finally, he blinked at the voice. Rather, he was blinking in surprise that there was a voice in the first place. What? Whether he was speaking to himself or to the Stahl lookalike was anyone's guess, but it just felt like something he had to say. Then the person was mounting the axe on their shoulders and marching forwards. He could just about make out the shield slotted out on their back. Within moments, they were marching forwards. Avenger was ready to start throwing hands. Ritska stepped forwards and raised his own arm in the way of them, furrowing his brows at the servant and then raising his voice. If you could stay over there please, I would appreciate it. Excuse me. There was an indignant huff as they stopped walking, then stabbed a finger towards him. This is the way you show gratitude. I come all the way down here to come and find you and you treat me with suspicion and hostility. I was expecting some words of thanks. In fact, you should be grateful that I came here to save you. Midway through the rant, they had puffed out their chest and their voice took on a rather imperious tone. Ritska just felt more confused. He glanced at Avenger and saw only suspicion on their face. So they didn't know anything about this either then. Right, so before I start showing gratitude to you, Ritska changed his words and started again. Could you just tell me who you are in the first place? Because I'm a little confused right now. Stahl stiffened, then looked down so sharply and with such intensity that he was certain they were glaring at him. Wah, what is that supposed to mean? Stepping forwards, or rather stomping forwards, they leaned forth and dropped a hand onto their hip. Is this really the time for you to be making these sorts of careless jokes? You're in serious danger at the moment and you think you can get away with this stupidity. Well, he knew he was in danger. He just didn't know whether there was also danger in front of him right now. Right, sorry, Ritska said. You're shorter than I thought. What? Did that come out wrong? I mean, I know someone who looks like you but is taller. He raised his hand above his head just for reference. Like, way taller. Stahl just continued to stare at him in silence. How long have you been here to wait a moment, who even is this? Suddenly they were pointing at Avenger and their voice changed into one of suspicion and hostility. More so when they swung a hand back onto him. Have you been contracting with weird servants again? I thought you were going to stop that. Why did this feel like being scolded by the director? I didn't mean to. You never do. What is the matter with you? Do you just attract weirdos? He was attracting one right now. Speak and cease this prattle. Avenger interrupted, setting his hands ablaze. Your bluster is grating. What do you think you're doing near one of my squires and speaking with such aggression towards me? In fact, you should be on your hands and knees begging to have the privilege of being able to contract with someone I have command over. Ritska was feeling really confused now. I think you have the wrong guy. Have you lost your memories or something? Stahl pointed to themselves and spoke with an audible frown. Or are you trying to make bad jokes again? Don't do that, this is serious. Ritska threw up his hands. Can you just take the helmet off then? Fine. Stahl snapped back at him, whipping up a hand and clasping the helmet, then tearing it free with one swift movement. The moment it was off, his hands dropped down to his side. The hair was a long flowing mixture of white and velvet red. Like toothpaste, was where his head went. Then he looked at the face. Despite the bright blue eyes, there was no denying who the face belonged to. What? Oh, so now you understand. With a look that was a cross between smug and exhausted, the person that was definitely not Stahl puffed out their chest and nodded once. Now we can actually do something. Director. It was definitely the face of the director. Without a doubt. But this was just, what? Her nose wrinkled. Director. What are you talking about? It's S or Stoljina to you. Stole what? Ritska looked at Avenger. Avenger looked back at him. Something became abundantly clear to the pair of them. Neither knew anything about this. Something else is here now. He knows it. Can sense it. Something new. Something old. At the tip of his mind and yet, so far. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower, of the many things that Ritska had been through in his time at Chaldea. It was a long list of weird happenings. In a list that included King Arthur playing Santa while another version of them tried to argue they should be Santa while riding a dragon accompanying a goddess. And how everyone was once kidnapped to become guests of an amusement park. Or how the Greek goddess Artemis had robbed them. In a list that included all of that. This was still, by far, one of the most mind-boggling things to have happened to him in all that time. So this is where you have been staying for the time being. HMPH. I suppose you had limited resources, so did the best that you could. Stoljina, was that even a name? Offered a rather backhanded praise as she strutted about their cell, arms folded and eyes narrowed. The way she went over everything was just. It reminded him a bit of the director, but they were way more upfront about it. Somehow more so than the director. And this pair. Her attention fell upon Mercedes and Shizuko. In the next moment she had marched up to them and arched forwards to peer over them, scrutinizing the both of them at great lengths with a rather exaggerated expression. Judging them he figured, she eventually have a shallow nod of the head and stepped away. I suppose they shall suffice. At the very least you have done well to find some individuals here who are capable of stringing together more than 2 sentences. With a short pause, her eyes dropped down and acknowledged Shizuko. Yes. He supposed that was a slight error, but he was sure she realized it. Oh, nope. There was a tinge of redness on her cheeks as she realized her mistake. With a loud cough and quickly turning her head to avoid the 2 other women noticing, she dropped her hands to her hips and rolled her jaw from side to side. Or understanding them as well. Even with that tacked on at the end, it was hard to ignore the first part. He managed it though, if only through sheer confusion. But as expected of my subordinate. Then she was suddenly facing him again with a deep and approving nod of the head being thrown his way. Of course you could cover something as basic as finding allies in this place, even if they are also of suspect intentions, or rather blatant intentions. Her narrowed, she reached out and snatched his arm and yanked him forwards and past her, stepping between him and Avenger. But now that I am here, there is clearly no need for further concern. I am sure that with my absence, you were distraught, but fear not. With my guiding wisdom at the helm, we shall be out of this squalor in short order and then you and I shall once again have to speak about your penchant for accepting contracts with suspicious servants. Then she stopped and whipped around. He went cross-eyed at the finger placed under his nose and pointed up. The not director was scowling at him. It was a very iconic scowl. In fact, I am rather concerned at the thought you still understood what I was telling you and went ahead and did it anyway. Are you a glutton for punishment? I won't have any of my subordinates treating themselves so carelessly. As your superior, it reflects on my standard of management." Her arm dropped down. "Are you trying to make me look like the sort of knight who would not care if their own squire went out and got beaten up because I failed to instill the proper level of caution?" Ritska had only a second to answer. No. That felt like the right answer. "Well, you are doing a good job of making me look like it." Right answer, and still scolded. Definitely like the director. He felt his lip curl upwards. Even if it probably wasn't the director, they were still close enough to be a welcome relief here. "Thanks for showing up, even if I don't understand how." She flushed and leaned away from him, fist in front of her lips and coughing again. "Well, of course I would show up. You're my subordinate. Besides, it should be obvious by now that if you went and got yourself lost, that I would eventually have to go out and find you to get you back." With her head whipping back, he registered a sudden pain in the center of his forehead and flinched back on instinct. It was really no more than a slight pinch at best, but it was the shock more than anything. Then he saw the raised finger in a rather recognizable position. Did you just flick me?" "Naturally." With flat words, Stolgina lowered the hand back down. "Were you trying to imply that I didn't care? That was disrespectful. You should be more careful with your words." Sweeping a hand towards the others in the room. "What if one of them got the wrong impression about me? How careless." Ritska just rubbed the front of his head where he had been flicked, only finding himself able to nod his head up and down. His eyes briefly parted from her face when she turned away from him to look across the room, meeting the gaze of Avenger and seeing some level of bemusement on their own features. He could only shrug his shoulders at whatever these antics were, because even if he was sort of happy to see the director, or someone who looked and acted like her, this was still weird. And the fact that not even Avenger seemed to know what was going on was seriously strange to him. Especially because they knew just about everything else going on here, for the most part. So, direct I mean esser. HMPH. Stolgina made a noise as she turned and looked back at him. Quote. What now? She just kept some blank stare aimed at him. Quote. Now we, then she went quiet for a moment and just continued to stare at him. Actually, her stare was starting to look a little pleading the moment it went on. Was she? Maybe we should compare notes. Ritska suggested with a slow nod of the head. Just so everyone is aware of everything. Does that make sense, Esser? Quote. Yes. Stolgina leapt at the answer, then dropped the enthusiasm and started again. I mean, that is a very wise suggestion, as I would expect from my squire. It would seem there is still some confusion you hold as to how I came about to this place to begin with, and perhaps you can offer some explanations as to why some figures still linger nearby like a bad smell. Her eyes pointedly shot in the direction of Avenger. He only grunted back. To complain of my odor while yours reeks of deception and half-truths. Perhaps it would do you well to hear a cautionary tale of hurling stones in a home with walls of glass. Stolgina puffed up her chest. The audacity. You. Sir. Ritska quickly raised his voice, drawing her sharp eyes. Perhaps we should focus on the more important things rather than arguing at the moment. Quote. Of course, naturally. She looked like she really wanted to give Avenger a piece or two of her mind as well. Then you shall begin first. Not that it was a long story. Or that it took all that much time to explain it all out for Stolgina, who patiently listened through everything he said while only offering mere glances every now and again towards Avenger at the moments which mentioned him more directly, then returned her gaze to Mercedes and Shizuko when he eventually got around to them. With the brief summary over, the knot director pinched her chin between her thumb and forefinger, nodding her head slowly. I see. Have you tried to explore yet? Explore? No. Stopping to think about it, he elaborated. Well, we walked out to find the halls of judgment, but it's never really the same path anywhere. It's like the tower outside keeps changing without me ever noticing, that and it was a maze beforehand, but coming back here feels easier. Stolgina only hummed at that, giving no further words. Mercedes, however, chose to speak up. Then you are also from this Chaldea, are you trying to rescue him? Rescue us. Ritska corrected, but was also curious about the question. Namely from Stolgina's side of things as to how she got here at all. Or what she was even supposed to be. It is a rescue, we shall leave it at that rather than debate semantics. Stolgina conceded. But I am dubious enough to the claim you shall find freedom after completing these halls of judgment with the only individual at your disposal to verify such a claim as one who was responsible for a previous confrontation with Chaldea. Ritska shrugged. I figured if he wanted me dead he would have killed me already. Narrow eyes latched onto him. There are more goals here than just your death. Not that I would be terribly pleased with that outcome, what do you get out of this? The question was directed to Avenger. What do I gain? Avenger inclined his head, tasting the words as if they were an unpleasant meal. Such a peddling manner of speech. I gain understanding from this boy and he is my sworn master, if only for now, thus to betray him would run counter to that position, no. Stolgina gave a huff. Of course a knight should remain loyal to their lord, but such things are not often followed. You spin some words of honey cloaked with salt, but they might yet hide a much darker truth under them. She stabbed a finger at him. Understand this, Avenger, I trust you nothing. From this moment on, my squire is returned to my command and you, if you have any sense at all, shall refrain from trying to lead them to anything I do not verify first. Such a commanding tone. Avenger praised with a wide smile. And with the authority of a warden over a prisoner than of a caring superior. Whether it is in your realm of belief or beyond such things, I spoke only the truths of how this tower shall operate. With a wide sweep of his arms, Avenger retreated a step and let loose a loud and echoing laugh. But if you shall keep him trapped with caution and fear, then you shall doom him long before I could ever enact the terrible plan you suspect I marshal. Days have passed him by already, and trust me with this and this alone, should the 7th day pass without vanquishing the last of the Judgment Lords. Avenger's eyes dropped to him and flashed, his smile vanished and his face left only an impression of frost. Then he shall perish, and your efforts will have been for naught. Head tilted, he smirked. But is that not irony most delicious? That in coming to save him, you would doom him instead. Ritska flagged down Stolgina and waved her towards him. She was scowling rather heavily as she pulled away from Avenger and then approached. Once close enough, he lowered his arm and tilted his head. So how did you get here? HMPH. With a smug huff, she changed immediately from annoyance to pride. Are you impressed? It is only natural to be amazed, you can praise me for following you here. Well, I am amazed to be honest. Ritska could say that with certainty. I wasn't expecting anyone from Chaldea to have come here. Or to have even managed to contact him in the first place. If this person was from Chaldea, that was. They might look like the director wearing Stahl's armor, but the hair was wrong and there were enough differences in the personality that they were just as apparent as the similarities as well. It was determined rather swiftly that your soul had been extracted from your body. Stolgina announced, hands on her hips. And that it had been carted away to parts unknown, therefore we were drafting up plans on how to even contact you in the first place. Wrapping her hand against her chest, she smiled just that little bit wider. But as expected, only I was capable of making the journey because of our unique bond as knight and squire. Are you not feeling blessed to have a knight as diligent and powerful as me to stretch across realms and time to come here just to watch over you? Once again, you are allowed to feel honored and praise me naturally for this. That was a lot to take in, if he was being honest. So who figured it out? Stolgina blinked. Figured out your soul was gone. I believe it was confirmed when my other subordinate tried to pull it out of your chest and found nothing there. When they tried to what? Both he and Avenger turned and looked at one another at that. Then he felt eyes on the side of his head and traced those back to the source and could see both Shizuko and Mercedes staring at him with equal amounts of horror on their faces. Even without her eyes visible, it was easy to imagine what Shizuko would be thinking purely by her gaping mouth. Someone tried to pull out my soul. No. Stolgina snapped, frowning. Weren't you listening? It wasn't there to begin with. They were confirming it to be certain so there was no room for doubt. As if he would do anything to try and harm you purposefully. Comma. Quote. It was Ash, wasn't it? Good, you know that much. Then you can trust my words. Well, he could certainly trust that a straightforward approach was that guy's style. Even if it made him feel a little bit queasy now. Lord El Meloy too narrowed down the suspects further and, by your words, we have confirmed the suspect to be none other than the King of Mages. She then frowned. Which means he has rescinded on his promise. Ritska made a small noise to interrupt her. She stopped and raised a brow, then gave a small wave of the hand. You may speak. Thanks. He nodded. On the matter of the King of Mages. It, might have been the case that using his name all the time and looking at his face was a really terrible idea, which I didn't know about until recently. What does that have? You tripped some manner of pre-laid magical trap, didn't you? It wasn't even phrased like a question and her expression utterly inverted from confusion to resignation. Hey. Now she was glaring. Well, that was probably earned. Joking aside. Because her glare was starting to get a little scary. I'm not sure there is anything I can do except go through the halls of judgment and then escape. I've cleared 2 already, which leaves 5 left and I'm running on a time limit here. Even if I were dubious about the dead in 7 days that Avenger is talking about, I'd rather leave as soon as possible. Rather begrudgingly, Stolgina pinched her expression and gave a strained nod of the head. Spending time here, she said, for longer than is needed is unacceptable. It appears as though our hand has been forced. Very well. She shall need to continue on this current path until a better one presents itself or we see this through to completion. Hands dropping to her hips, she inclined her head to Avenger. But given the halls have proven hostile to you in current encounters, it would make sense to remove them as threats in the event the servants within somehow find a way to leave their confines. He hadn't thought about that and, frankly, he did not think that it was something that could even happen in the first place. Though just because it had not happened yet did not mean it couldn't happen in the future. In the meantime, Stolgina broke him from his thoughts, swinging herself around and pointing towards Shizuko and Mercedes. The 2 of you have been taken as charges to my squire, which means that you are now also under my protection as well. Sporting a smirk that he was hesitant to call arrogant, but was clearly very confident, she gestured to herself. Feel free to rejoice. This is your lucky day. Once again, he used her lack of attention on him to trade another look with Avenger. Yep, they still didn't seem to understand it either. Quote. Avenger seems to have some idea where the halls are located. Ritska spoke up, drawing Stolgina's gaze back upon him. But we had just come from clearing one out when we ran into you. So have you rested yet? Well, I had a bit of time. Stolgina suddenly dropped her hands onto his shoulders, spun him around without much warning, and then shoved him towards the bed before he even really had time to register what was happening. The only reason he figured out what she had done was through some leaps in his mind to explain everything. You shall be going absolutely nowhere until you have had adequate rest. He flinched at the barked-out order, then sat down purely on instinct as she pointed a finger right at his face. It had already been there waiting for him by the time he turned about to face her. Else you won't even make it to the end of these 7 days. I'll not have one of my subordinates keeling over dead because they failed to take proper care of themselves. It would reflect badly on my status as a leader to allow such dire working conditions. All right. Nodding his head up and down, he shifted a bit further back on the bed. I'll make sure I'm properly rested up, dire Esser. Stolgina watched him for a moment or two, then gave a single satisfied nod of the head. HMPH. Good. Out of the corner of his eye, he just about made out Mercedes shift closer towards him. You work for her then? Quote. Yeah, Ritska whispered back. I'm a little confused about it, but for the sake of argument I do work for her. Oh, Mercedes replied. Quote. She seems very diligent. Diligent. Ritska thought about it for a couple of seconds, then started to nod his head up and down. Yep, that was certainly diligence. Quite a lot of it as well. He shall never have the rest you desire of him, Avenger spoke. Not if you wish for him to ever leave this place. Such peace is an impossibility in this tower. Stolgina turned on him and folded her arms. I shall have him rest for as long as is possible, even if it is not to the extent that I would prefer, it is better than nothing at all. Her eyes narrowed. And I shall not be dictated to on the best way to treat my subordinates by someone who has fought them in the past. He could feel both Mercedes and Shizuko staring at him after that little comment, not that it had been the first time it was dropped in the conversation, but that it was being said so clearly was probably giving them a bit of confusion on how he and Avenger had known one another. That being said, he's helped me out a bit, sir. Stolgina looked to him. I think we can give him a little bit of trust. Avenger looked at him mockingly. So generous with your trust. I would have thought you would have learned a lesson about such brazen things by now, master. Or do you perhaps trust that I have told you only the truth? For I have made clear my intentions for why I lead you through this tower. Ritsuka shrugged. I think you are an honest guy. If you were going to attack me, I get the feeling you would tell me about it first and then do it, rather than stab me in the back. That was the extent of his trust to Avenger right now. It earned a silence from the servant. The mocking expression was replaced by only a blank gaze, then a single grunt as he turned from them and spun about to show his back. Stolgina narrowed her eyes, then pointed at him. You, rest. Ritsuka wordlessly held up his hands in surrender. This was definitely weird, but it did make him think. Was the director always this straightforward? So what is happening out there? Ash barely had a moment to link their minds once more before the voice was demanding answers from him. And how certain are you that there is something happening at all? He asked, more curious about the extent of the voice's knowledge to the world outside. They only snorted disdainfully. It bleeds off you. Some turmoil in some form, though hardly to my taste. So it was his own emotions that gave them that indication of problems, was it? It seemed as though his thoughts were not as subdued as he had led himself to believe, or perhaps wished himself to believe. But despite his trust in Ritsuka's own ideals, the reality of the situation was something he needed to consider. So then, what is it? My master is in danger. Oh. They rumbled with deep interest, bordering on sadistic mirth. How much danger? Did they suffer, or perhaps are you not even aware of that? Is that the reason you are so troubled? That they might be in pain and it is beyond your sight to enjoy. Ash frowned at the words. I would not enjoy it. I would. Yes, he knew that. And I do not know what is happening, only that he is likely in mortal danger and could very well die. And, was that not the crux of the matter? Turning his head upwards, he gazed to the glowing sphere of Chaldeas and looked at it. I do not know what I shall do if he dies. Bedrick had sprung the thought upon him, and now it was there to stay. What would he do if Ritsuka were to perish? He trusted that Ritsuka had a desire to live. It was the one certainty that he knew to be true, which meant that they would do absolutely everything in their power to live through whatever had pulled them in and return to Chaldea once again. Only that was something that hinged less on desire and more on reality. Desire was a fickle thing. And a poor substitute for strength. Many wanted what they could not obtain because they lacked the strength for it. Is that all? With a dismissive huff, the voice answered. If he dies, he dies. What does it matter? Ash closed his eyes and turned back down. It matters to me because. He took in a breath. It matters to Chaldea because they need him to endure the singularities. It matters to Mash because she cares about him. It matters to Olga because he is her subordinate. It matters to humanity because he is one of their final hopes. Of course the voice saw through all of this. Mere excuses for why someone should care, perhaps. Why do you care? With a huff, he crossed his arms. I trust in the certainty that Ritsuka wants to live. Is that not common in all things? I have not seen many who wished to die. Or you have seen none who wished to die by your hand. That caused a long laugh to echo between them from the voice. Hey, perhaps that is true. They did look horrified as I reduced them to cinders, perhaps it is because they had something to lose. Shifting his tone, the voice continued with an audible grin rising in their words. And yet, there is always something to lose. All creatures, at the end, desire to live. It is what makes it so wonderful to see those with such despair suddenly realize that they fear the end. To see their final moments light up with a newfound hope for life, and then to tear it from them. Ash listened to the tirade until it ended. It was as he expected it to be. Even if that is the case. Few have the strength to overcome the moment of their death. None overcame me. That was likely why he did not grasp the extent of Ash's dilemma. Or perhaps he just did not care to ask himself these questions in the first place, but whatever the case, this was proving to be troublesome for himself. I know the motivations of the one who would take over if Ritska were to perish. She is motivated by duty, but that no longer interests me. Duty, is it? The word was spoken as though it was tasted. I had a duty, once. A destiny I was to fulfill. In the end, I did what I was supposed to, but now how I was supposed to. Evidently that is something of importance and all was torn down because of it. Ash had not heard of this before. His eyes narrowed just a bit. I am loath to see a similarity between us. Offering forth enough memories to grant clarity upon his words, he allowed the voice to observe and shift through them before waiting for their response. I would have killed her. I cannot. Because you are sentimental and weak. But still. The voice went quiet for a few seconds, then resumed. The darkness, is it? I wonder which would be stronger, your cold dark or my burning flames. Ash squinted. Are you attempting to make a contest about an apocalypse? What else would one such as us do when our worlds die? He spoke as though it was the most obvious thing in the world. Ash had not considered that angle and, in truth, did not think he would consider it further. Their motivations were clearly different, so where would they get meaning in showing off raw destructive potential and how many they slew? To return to my original point. Ash said, I know the motivation of duty. I have seen it. What I wanted to know is whether desire could achieve the same thing. If Ritska is to perish, then I have my answer. The weight of the voice shifted, almost as if they leaned forwards in expectation, and when they did speak, their words were cloaked in excitement. And then what? And then he had his answer. Even if they wished to live with desire, it could not save them in the end. Their path of living with that hideous side would only result in destruction when it truly mattered. It was the thought which had first emerged. Yet it was not the thought that remained afterwards. Ash uncrossed his arms and let them hang down by his side. The desire to live was hard to quantify, because he did not know what they were hoping to live for. Human life had value. Somehow it had value. He needed to believe there was value in it for them to be justified. How that value took shape, however, was something he was still deliberating upon, and if they could find no lasting value through desire or through duty, then for what reason was there in allowing them to exist in the first place? I do not know. Is that truly what you think? They spoke with such a sharpness that punched through his words. Ash knew that there was a choice before him if Ritska was to perish. Whether he would continue down his current path and aid Chaldea until they reached their final confrontation with Solomon, or if he would act differently. It had been Ritska who defeated him. Ritska who had challenged his beliefs and defeated them. It was for the sake of watching Ritska make it to the end of this journey through desire alone that Ash lingered here. His belief in duty had been shaken by the fact humanity could find no lasting peace through that, but if it was as unreliable as desire when it truly mattered, then what was there for humanity? For what purpose was there in allowing them to exist in this state of? It was as if he was staring at a void, where the end result could go either direction. A desperate struggle for survival and for meaning, neither of which could be guaranteed. It invited only pain. But if that could triumph over a certainty of the end, if Ritska could push desire to its furthest limit, if his sole wish to survive could somehow overcome the challenge that was Solomon and see the world restored, undo the damage that had been inflicted upon humanity as a whole, then was that not reason enough? It was no certain answer. He knew that. All of it hinged on Ritska. They had been the one to defeat him. Ritska had proven that, at the very least, he had the capacity of control what the fate of the world would be through the right of victory. If he failed, Ash took in a breath and looked up. No. You are right. That is not what I truly think. HM. A muffled but knowing chuckle came next, the voice was enjoying this deeply. How do you suppose they shall react to this? It remains to be seen whether or not Ritska dies. And if he does, if he did, then Ash held the right to try his method again, for the only one who could have given him the answer he sought had perished. At that point, it would merely be a clash of duty between himself and Olga. Which duty would triumph, a far less interesting confrontation as far as he was concerned. It offered nothing that he did not already know. Whether Olga held the power to see her duty through to the end, that was something else entirely. But he would grant her the same chance that he granted Ritska. The chance to demonstrate the true extent of her duty, of how far it could take her. If Ritska does not awaken or perishes, I shall inform them of my actions and depart Chaldea. They shall be free to seek me out, as I shall go between the remaining singularities and scour them until they are cold and dark. Admitting that there was nothing to be said or felt over it. If humanity's value could not be saved through either desire or duty, then that was simply the end of it. Perhaps the reason was simply no different than that of a flame. To burn brightly for an unknown purpose and then to be extinguished, either by nature or by the action of another putting it out because they felt it was the right time. Well, Ritska was not yet dead, so thinking of it was pointless. Then I truly hope he does perish. You would. Ash cut the link there and turned about, striding back the way he had come. Except he stopped when he sensed something, a feeling that was growing closer to him, eyes peering across to the door which led to the chamber, they narrowed and he raised his voice. I know you are there. His words were rewarded not long later. Hanlith poked her head out from around the corner. What business brings you here? Rubbing her cheek, his sister let out a small but nervous chuckle. Shouldn't I be asking that as well? Ash met her words with a silent stare. The discomfort became more apparent on her face as she shuffled out a bit more from around the corner, tapping the tips of her fingers together and sneaking glances towards him, mere flicks of the eyes before they dropped back down, as if she was fearful of letting them linger too long upon him. I just wanted to ask, how you were feeling. Did she now? And why did you wish to ask that? Her shoulders went up and then down. I'm your older sister. I can at least act the part sometimes, right? When it suits your nature to do so, at least. He pointed out, but did not particularly feel anything for it, even if she flinched at his words. Glancing up when he started to move closer towards her but not backing away or showing any rising sense of fear. So then, what do you expect me to say? Her tongue briefly darted out, wetting her lower lip before snaking back, her eyes rose up and met his own. I do know what people desire, you know. He stopped walking, now only a handful of steps from her. Do you indeed? Craning his neck forwards, he looked down at her. Then what else is there to say? Hanlith drew in a sharp breath, then exhaled, her shoulders fell down and her arms dropped to her sides. It was a curious change, for when she looked back towards him, there was no hint of her previous discomfort or unease. She looked like Mother. I think you are confused and searching for something that makes you comfortable. So you are falling back into old habits. Ash raised a brow. I have not yet done anything. But you are thinking about it, and that you are thinking about it at all is cause for concern. Since when did your authority let you sample my thoughts? Hanlith sighed. I told you, I understand the desire of people. Combined with what I know of you, it is clear enough that even I can see what it is that you desire at the moment, and it is stability. Deliberating upon her words was not needed. She was not wrong. But then he did not see what was wrong with that either. Through the confusion and the uncertainty, it was clear enough that the solution through this was one that was tried and true. For it would mean that the new and different had failed and thus was not worth thinking of any further. It would confirm all he suspected previously and that despite the nature of humanity, they were better off with his way of thinking. Except not even that could be true. They were flawed at their very core. It would be kinder to spare them all and to take what they were and absorb it into themselves. If they could not defeat him at his height, they could not prevent the incineration. So it would be better to take them and remember them how they were now, rather than to let history be erased in its entirety and shave off forever what they were. At least then he was certain their value would be maintained, even if he would never understand it. So, is it really what you want? What? He narrowed his eyes at her as she spoke over him. Is it what I want? Hanleth bobbed her head up and down. Is it truly what you want? Because I will understand your decision if that is the case. People cannot help what they desire, but if you're doing it out of obligation or just because you're confused. There was a sad look in her eyes. Is it really what would make you happy? He did not need much time to answer. I am never happy. Taking a step around her, he made to brush past her. Except she raised her arm directly in his path, though it would be nothing for him to merely stroll on through, he stopped all the same and turned his eyes very slowly upon her. This assertive nature was rather unlike her when confronted with him. Did she care about this so greatly? Fine. Hanleth exhaled, eyes meeting his own. But is it what you really want? What he wanted. He thought that was obvious. I want an answer. Ash replied, pushing her arm out of the way while tearing his eyes from her own. I want to know what the point of it all is. Did he want to resort to his old methods? No. Clearly he did not. But my wants have never factored into it before. Says who? He stopped. Who is saying you can't have what you want now? Tell me. Who is it? Is it someone else, or is it you? Ash turned his head over his shoulder, staring Hanleth down for a moment. I cannot want what I do not know. Further conversation was of no interest to him, so he did not entertain it. Breaking away from his sister and striding back down the hallway, his eyes darkened as he replayed the conversation back from start to finish. Did he want to do any of this? No. He thought that was obvious from the very beginning, but whether he wanted it or not, it was the only thing he really knew how to do. It was the only thing he could understand with any certainty. Well, none of this would matter if Ritska did not die, so all he really needed to do was maintain his trust that Ritska would find a method of survival. He did not want Ritska to die either, he realized. The spiraling effect of his death would be troublesome for everyone involved, whether they knew it at the moment or not. If Hanleth spread it around, then that was her business. He was not going to deny it if confronted. Those of Chaldea deserved more than that. But was that the only reason he did not want Ritska to die? Because it would force him into a position that he did not want to reclaim. Ash stopped walking and stared ahead. He did not know. Did it matter why so long as he did not want it? That felt. He did not want Ritska to die. For now, that was simple enough that he did not wish to complicate it further. His senses stretched ahead to the room where they resided. His eyes narrowed at the sensations that flooded back towards him, as well as the servants that he was familiar with but had not spoken with for some time. Regardless, the door opened as he happened upon it and threw him into a rather odd situation. Shrill voice out of here. Elizabeth spat, thrusting a finger towards Nero and shoving her backwards with the poke. Because we're trying to wake him with music, not put him further into a coma. Now. Nud stepped up with waved hands, trying to flag down the duo. There's no need to be so green with envy. Nero continued, heedless of the intervention by Nud. I understand that beside me, you might feel second-rate, but such hideous name-calling reveals only the ugly feelings within you, UMU. Sweeping a hand about, and scattering roses across the room with the movement, the Emperor sported a wide smile as she pointed down at Ritska. I shall merely be the one to sing first, and if that should somehow fail, then you are free to make an effort. In preparation for this, I have even looked into the songs of his homeland. Ash pinched his brows and looked up to see how this was being taken. Now then, without further ado. Nero drew in a breath. He debated the value of punching her in the back of the head and just knocking her out. It was a close thing. But starting a fight was probably a bad thing, so he elected to walk around the outskirts and try to tune out Nero as she started singing. Well, try. Ritska shuddered and raised his head towards his right side for a moment, fingers stopping just short of touching his ear. That was so strange. Mercedes looked at him, face tinged with worry. Is something the matter? Ritska lowered the hand and shrugged. Not sure, but it just felt like I was getting an earache for a second, but it's gone now. Must be all the loud noises that keep going off next to my head that is the problem. Why am I learning of this now? Stolgina demanded, rather loudly at that. And rather close to his head. She winced a second later, then leaned back and lowered her voice just a touch. I mean to say that if you are experiencing discomfort in the field, you are more than welcome to make recommendations and requests to ensure you suffer no lasting damage. While certainly nothing like a lost limb or broken bone, poor hearing can be just as detrimental to your health. Raising a hand and pointing it at herself. For one thing, you would never be able to hear my words of wisdom as I tried to explain them to you, and perhaps might need me to repeat myself. Glad to see her priorities were in order. It was just for a second. Saying slowly, just to be sure they understood it. And it's gone now, so it probably wasn't anything serious in the first place. Stolgina looked at him dubiously. There was a distinct lack of trust in her expression as she squinted at him. What? It's fine. If it was bad I would say something about it. The stare remained dubious. He could have been fine with just her, but now he was noticing the distinct lack of words, or actions, from both Mercedes and Shizuko on the matter. His eyes narrowed as he turned on the pair of them and looked between them. Neither one of them could actually meet his stare, and quite how Shizuko was able to achieve that was almost impressive. But it was only impressive until he registered that the literal blind girl was avoiding his face just so she could agree with Stolgina. I'm careful. So you never tried to court with demons on multiple occasions? Stolgina made a small noise, then slapped the front of her forehead. Silly me. I must have imagined all those reckless moves of yours. Perhaps they had been in my head the entire time. Whatever shall I imagine up next, I wonder. All right. But those were different situations. That's different. My ears are fine. All of this was making him conscious about it now. With a sigh, he fell back against the wall. Hand dropping to his knee, he drummed it up and down. Then started humming. He didn't really know what set him off, but he just started. Also, wow, that was an old song he was humming, wasn't it? Then he stopped when he realized he was doing it. A small poking sensation at him glance across. Shizuko retracted her hand and tilted her head in intrigue, then started to hum the same tune he had been doing a moment ago. It brought a touch of a smile to his lips. It's a song, old one at that. He paused for a moment. Or maybe I'm just young. That's probably easier to say than that. Now she was looking at him with a bit of pleading. She wanted him to continue, did she? Well, he looked up for a moment as he tried to recall the lyrics. If he remembered correctly. To you, yes, my love, to you. That was about right. Which was about as far as he got before Avenger loudly cleared his throat. Rest has come and gone. If you wish for progress, now is the time for movement. So another hall awaited them. Was that the case? All right. Offering Shizuko an apologetic smile, he shifted forwards and started to stand up, only to pause when the hand of Stolgina placed itself delicately on his shoulder, the woman herself sending a hard look the way of Avenger. So swiftly. Avenger chuckled. Unless you wish to waste your time in song and dance. There are many flavors of music in hell, and they are each a new octave of pain. Should he linger here long enough, that shall be the only tune he shall be singing, unless you have acquired an interest in that. Why you? Sir, it's fine. Ritsuka gently brushed the hand off his shoulder and rose up. Avenger isn't wrong. The sooner we get moving is the sooner we can get this over and done with. With your help, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to get through this even faster than before, right? A brief flicker of surprise and then confidence replaced it. Stolgina puffed out her chest and sported a confident grin. Of course. What sort of squire would you be if you didn't have a dependable knight to look up to for guidance? Very well then, but I shall be taking the lead unless the situation gets truly desperate. I cannot have my subordinate exhausting himself further now, can I? Ritsuka huffed out a small laughter, the corner of his lip turned up. This was really something else. They might not have been exactly like the director, but they were endearing in their own way. He turned towards Mercedes and Shizuko as the two of them made themselves ready for movement, the former looking a touch tense. perhaps recalling the last time she had ventured beyond the cell. Yeah, that wasn't all that pleasant. Hey, she turned towards him, you'll be fine. You're one of Sr. Stolgina's charges now, and they definitely won't let anything happen to you. Right, what are you doing, pointing out the obvious? Stolgina huffed with an audible smile of her own. I already said that I was going to be taking them under my arm of protection. What use would it be in having them accompany us if I were to leave them to their fate? It was certainly a weight off his shoulders, he didn't have to rely solely on himself to keep the two of them safe. Turning his head towards Avenger, he met their gaze. Whether they were pleased about this development was anyone's guess, but he did not look surprised in the least. You attract like-minded fellows to your cause, it seems. Avenger remarked. 'Tis one thing to shackle yourself with the burden of these two, for you are merely human, yet for you to drag a newfound ally into this as well and chain them with such fruitless endeavors. I am shocked at how this development took as long as it did to come about. Ritska started to walk forwards. You don't sound like you disapprove. Avenger laughed. I would hardly make such a comment. Rather, it is indeed amusing to see you so desperately struggle to keep them alive. Piece by piece, I am seeing all that I believe is worth seeing, Master. I hope you enjoy the rest of the show then. Ritska grumbled back under his voice. Easily keeping pace with him, Avenger was smiling all the wider and revealing his teeth. As you said, Master. I shall indeed indulge in this show for as long as needs be. It shall make the moment when you are forced to choose all the sweeter indeed. His eyes darkened. That won't happen. With such ease you say that. Avenger replied, his own smile was like a blade. But then how can you dismiss the possibility without even knowing for certain? I have told you before and shall tell you again. This place is indeed hell. Then if this is hell, Ritska repeated, turning on Avenger and frowning. I shall suffer through it. I shall also wait and hope for the time that you are proven wrong. Avenger grinned all the wider. Is that so? Ha 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 ha. Such fierce determination. Then we shall truly see which of us is proven correct when the time comes. I suppose we shall. What a horrid bet. But Avenger truly was honest. I'll let my record player play forever. His words echoed loud through the halls, smiling all the while. Long before they would ever reach the door to the Hall of Judgment, anyone would have heard them coming off a mile away. Repeating the same melody over and over again. Breaking into a longer humming, Ritska almost skipped his steps as he ventured further and further into the darkness. With the loud humming of Shizuko behind him, it was enough to bring a smile to his lips. Stay with me. And he really hoped they would have been able to finish the song. But it was not to last. He rounded the next corner after Avenger and then stopped. His next words caught in his throat and he fell silent. Smile dropping down into a deep grimace as he stared at the door. The next Hall of Judgment. Would you care for a wager, Master? Not particularly. Ritska replied, striding towards the doors. Without even hearing the terms. With a mirthless laugh, he replied. You want to bet whether this next judge is going to be someone that I know, aren't you? That was probably the only thing that would interest Avenger. You will be making no such callous bets. Stolgina ordered with a tone that demanded no arguments be made against her. Heavy footfalls signaled her arrival behind him, then came her words. Step aside. Don't worry, Sir. Ritska replied, pressing his hands flat against the door and drawing in a breath. I can move them. I've done it before. Even if that is so, there is no reason to tire yourself out when I can. Stolgina. Ritska let out a breath, then turned his head just enough that he could see her over his shoulder. This is something that he needed to do. He could not explain it, perhaps he did not want to explain it, but he needed to open these doors with his own two hands. Without a single word, she stepped back and gave him some distance. All right then, I shall trust you to be careful. Now she was trusting him to be careful. What was all that lip earlier about then? Of course. Ritska smiled, turning back around. If the director trusts me, then I should do my best. It's Sr., not director. Again with that nickname, he wasn't in much of a position to respond, not as he started to push and felt the door give away much faster this time. Step by step he pushed onwards, and the groaning of the metal was like nails on a chalkboard beside his ears. A terrible sound that was as bad as every other time. But he did not slow his steps or his efforts. He would not. Not until the door was open. Fingers slipping through the gaps, he threw his weight against the left door and pushed against the right, wedging his arm through and bracing himself. Another throw of his shoulder into the door pushed it open just that bit further. And then it was wide enough to push himself through. Only when he took his first step into the room did he hear the doors grind louder as they were pushed open. Stolgina took up a position beside him, slowly nodding her head up and down. "Excellent work," she said, but all he had done was open a door. His eyes instead went to the far end of the hall. He looked up. This next avatar is that of Sloth. Avenger's words barely registered, but he managed to hear them all the same. Not of the body, but of the spirit. One who would do nothing and let their soul rot, unwilling to take the step to change it until the very final moment. All the while knowing it was wrong but never once changing. Truly, a most despicable creature who belongs in this place. Ritska did not tear his eyes from them. He could not. The woman across the hall gave no outward indication she heard them. She just stood there, arms resting down and hands folded across one another in a clear sign of patience. As if she had been waiting for them. Ritska did not dare move, could not breathe. Of all the people, of all of them, how could, why? He tried to swallow but felt nothing but dryness clog his throat. It would go no further down and settled at the back of his mouth like a lump of sand. But coughing was impossible for him as well, not with how he felt at this moment. The sheer absurdity, perhaps even the impossibility, of what was before him. Of who was before him. It just made it hard to stomach. And that was all before realization came crashing down upon his head about what he would need to do here. "Welcome." Her voice was soft and delicate, but lacking a certain sense of life within it. Rather it was a tone that mimicked warmth. Her lips remained pulled out into a straight line, showing neither aggression nor interest in their presence. It had been as though the act of speaking in the first place was nothing more than a mere reflex of having someone stand in front of them. There was no real drive in it, just doing it because it was expected of you. Ritska opened and closed his mouth, but found himself unable to summon even a single word or a single sound to express his thoughts. Struck silent, "Master." Avenger spoke, and it took all of Ritska's energy not to turn around and just scream at them for this. Instead he took a half-step backwards. "At all others you advance and at Sloth you retreat. Have you lost your stomach, Master?" He stopped. There was a subtle hint of warning in the tone of Avenger, as if the answer would decide something else here. But perhaps Ritska already knew what it was. "Why?" he croaked, not to Avenger, but to the person at the other end of the room. "How?" Slowly, she tilted her head. "I am only to tend the fire. What did that have to do with anything? Whether it fades or burns, I am only to tend it. There is no care for those who pass through my sight, there is no affection for those who stand before me. There is only the flame and only what I do for it." Saying it like that meant nothing to him. He did not believe it. He had seen the way she behaved in the Roman Singularity, seen the way she and Ash had been so close. Ritska could not and would not believe that. "You're lying, if that is what you believe." She did not even try to argue her point, she just accepted it and left it at that. "What is this? What is the meaning of that? Is that Cecilia woman?" Stolgina declared with a mixture of confusion and indignation. She hadn't grasped it all yet. "Where is the—" Avenger cut her short with a laugh, one that lasted long and loud. Truly filled with mirth it was. "Do you hope your eyes play tricks upon you? Can you not see this is indeed the very worst that can be offered by humanity? The utter acceptance of a path. To never strive for more unless it is forced upon you, and even then, there is not an ounce of care within her soul. She is as she says she is. A tender to flames. No more, and no less." Avenger's chuckle faded slowly. "Is that not sloth at its purest? Where there is no drive for anything. Where one lets themselves lay at the very bottom despite knowing all that could await them if they were to take it." Her soul, master, has rotted so deeply that all she can hope for is a flame to burn it out so that something new might rise from the ashes. Ritska clenched his hands into fists and grit his teeth. That was wrong. I am to wait for you, Cecilia announced, then raised her hands and clasped them together. And waiting I have done. Yet now it is time for us to end such notions and continue on. For your path to move forwards, you must slay me. My purpose here is to slay you. There is no need for us to believe there is more to it. Avenger stepped around him and gestured. Can you not see? The apathy to it all. The uncaring nature. She accepts it without more. She demands nothing for she can think of nothing. All there is to her is what you see before you, and what you see now, is an enemy to burn. Ritska glared at him at that. Kill Cecilia. Kill someone, one of the few people he had seen Ash grow genuinely defensive over. How could he? Ritska swallowed and it tasted like bile. The eyes of Avenger fixed themselves upon him like spears, piercing deep into his heart. The only way through was to kill Cecilia. Ritska knew that, of course he knew that. Just as it was with Calamate. But this was. He looked across the room, staring down the silver band which wrapped around the blonde head of the woman. He was sure his hands were clenched so tightly he was drawing blood. Maybe he wasn't. Ritska knew what he was going to do. Maybe that was the problem. My answer, he began, words little more than a whisper. Has not changed. Avenger watched him for a moment or two, then gave a slow nod of the head. Then we shall put this somber affair to rest, master. With a sweeping gesture, he coated his hands. And we shall see if there can be something to rise out of the flames of this firekeeper. Wa Fujimaru. Stolgina hissed. You cannot be. Ritska turned and looked at her over his shoulder. He did not know what sort of expression he made, but judging from her reaction, it was hardly a good one. She froze, then dropped her features. Perhaps there was pity in her eyes, but there was also frustration as well. With a growl in the back of her throat, she stamped her foot hard enough to crack the stone under her. I accept responsibility for not finding another. No. Ritska turned back and took a step forwards. His voice was calm. This is still on me. He was making the choice to go forwards. Her or him. And he was going to choose him. And he would not apologize. But, at least this time. This time, at least it's my choice. Cecilia remained apathetic to his conundrum, as if it did not register at all. Whether that was good or bad for him, he did not know. Rather, his eyes were drawn to the shadow that was pulling away from the wall and standing beside her. He huffed out an empty laugh. Of course you'd be here, right beside her. In the armor from when they had first met, with that diamond black sword they had first wielded. The shade of ash stepped forth, sweeping the blade across in silence and coating it in a deep black flame. He feels it, senses it, like nails over his skin, like the cold against his flesh. Something familiar. Does he know what calls to him? This feeling is. Vengeful demons wail at the prison tower. 7. There was no warning given when the specter of ash charged. They just did. With sword ablaze and a silent yell, they leapt across the length of the room in a heartbeat and plunged down. Ritska did not see the impact, though no hearing it would be impossible, as Stolgina launched herself in front of him and blocked his line of sight with her entire body, shield raised. A deep metallic clang echoed across the room, then a grunt of exertion and a shove from the knot director launched their opponent back. Or perhaps he merely retreated to give himself some more room, as was proven when he hit the ground on the balls of his heels and spun around in a circle, trailing fire behind his sword and hurling a wave of flames towards them. Naive. Avenger bellowed, slashing down through the wall of flame with an axe kick. It was swiftly followed by a stream of lights launched towards both Ash and Cecilia. Or perhaps it would be better to call this the Ashen One instead, as that was all they were in this form. Ritska pushed on his feet and broke into a dash, sliding across and sweeping up his hand to enact the mystic code upon Avenger. The next stream of attacks came through with a blinding intensity as he raised their power considerably. The Ashen One took only a single step before his arms blurred, the sword trailed around in a pattern of black flames, having advanced into the path between everyone and Cecilia, blocking every one of the streams with his blade or with his body. Several of them caught him in differing parts and drew staggers from him. He then stabbed down, catching another blast to the head, and dragged the sword across and up. A streak of fire snaked across the room in an instant. Ritska clenched his teeth and pushed back and to the side, raising his hand in front of his face to shield himself from the sudden wave of heat. Something tickled his senses, while in the air he turned his eyes ever so slightly. They narrowed to pinpricks as he watched. It was surreal. While he was in slow motion, everything felt that way. The Ashen One was still moving at regular speed as he drew back a burning fist and turned the slitted helm directly upon him. The raised arm snapped forwards like an arrow, the ball of fire was directly in front of his face. And then suddenly it was launched into the ceiling and the scowling mouth of the director loomed over him, saying nothing as she twirled about and released her hold on the shield. It was flung like a discus across the room. It was such a fluid movement that Ritska was briefly stricken silent. At least until the shield was caught by the rim, flipped about and then thrown in the same way towards Avenger. It vanished somewhere behind the still burning curtain of black flames, not that Ritska could see, instead he ducked back behind Stoljina and called out to her. Priorities keeping Mercedes and Shizuko safe. He ordered, I'll hang near Avenger. He's only said he'll protect me anyway. Are you Gur? Her words broke off into a growl as Ritska pushed away from her and moved around the flames. They were smothered by a fast-falling blanket of blue and jumped over and above them, catching a brief sight of the shield embedded into a nearby wall at a harsh angle, and hitting the ground in a roll and sliding back up. Avenger was beside him shortly, hands launching back and forth in the match of shadow boxing. Except with every thrown punch, he sent forth another burst of flames. Ritska looked across and squinted. Not every attack was being blocked, but he could guess why they had not tried to charge them yet. Because it would leave Cecilia undefended. If she died, then the Ashen One would vanish. Which meant that the way forwards was to be aggressive, to keep them guessing which way the attack was coming from and then to strike. Cold-blooded as it was, Ritska was well aware this was the only way they were going to win. We're charging, he announced to Avenger, then turned his head just a little to the left until he caught the eye of Stoljina, then jerked his hand forwards and made a gesture which he hoped signaled to her what they were going to do. The somewhat perplexed expression was not all that promising. So he just mouthed, "Charge," to her. That time, she understood and nodded her head. Now, Ritska pushed off his feet and moved. Avenger cleared the length of the room and charged right towards the firekeeper with a howling laugh. She wasn't even moving. If she did nothing, then Avenger would get her and she would die. Did she not even care about that? The Ashen One launched in between the two of them, swinging towards Avenger. But that was just the chance that Stoljina had been waiting for, bursting forth with a charge and slamming her weight into him like a battering ram. The two hung for a mere moment before they vanished in a blur. The wall at the far end of the room exploded in rubble and dust. Cecilia clasped her hands together and lowered her head. Ritska saw a brief glow form in them. Rays of light shone between the gaps of her fingers as she started to unfurl them. That was definitely something bad. Avenger. Fall. It happened in an instant. Before he could even get any of the words out. All he really heard was a deep groan, like bent metal but something shrieking, and then suddenly Avenger was blasted out of the sky by something. It would be more accurate to say that he vanished, not that Ritska saw what happened as he was knocked off his feet and flat onto his back by a shockwave slamming him over. Far off there was a thunderous crash, the sound of pained grunts met his ears. That hurt. But staying on the ground was terrible, and he hadn't been dazed in it. Quick as he could, he was scrambling to his feet and looking about for what had happened. His eyes were swiftly drawn to the cloud of falling dust where Stoljina had charged the Ashen One, only the cloud was pulled apart as a shape stepped through it. The diamond black sword was gone, now replaced with a hammer of absurd size. It had to weigh about the same as a car, and it was mounted on the Ashen One's shoulder with only one arm to hold it. It was a surprise that lasted very little time as the helmet swung down upon him. Ritska lurched backwards and skipped away as fast as possible. Not fast enough. Next thing he knew, he dropped to the ground at the slightest hint of movement and was staring upwards. The hammer swung just past his head and left little to the imagination about what it would have done if it had caught him instead. The very fact he had dodged at all had his heart pounding at 1,000,000 miles a second. Was he even breathing right now? It didn't feel like he was. Hands against the floor, he pushed himself along the ground and stared up at the shadow. Then blue lanced across and struck their shoulder as the hammer was raised up. Ritska let out a small gasp and rolled to the left as the falling weapon crashed into the ground right beside him. He stared at it for a handful of seconds before further crashes prompted him to move. Eyes turning up, he briefly saw Avenger land a punch to the side of the helmet, only to be countered by a headbutt which took his hat off his head and then a knee to the gut. Ritska flashed an evasion. The next blow to Avenger missed as the servant was in a different spot entirely. He lost sight of them as he scrambled to his feet once again, turning around and flashing out another code to enhance Avenger, which turned out to be the right move. The second after he used it, Avenger swung his leg into the knee of the Ashen One, dropping them down to the ground. Then Avenger was being swept to the floor as well. Ritska glanced down at the hammer, and of the spare rocks lying about it, then snatched one up and drew his arm back. Oi! The Ashen One turned. Ritska threw the rock at their head and missed rather tragically, but the distraction, both verbal and physical, drew enough time for Stoljina to drive her axe into his side. Metal shrieked as its owner was punted across the room, skating across into a crawl as their back made contact with stone. For only a second, Ritska widened his eyes and dropped down as golden light was flung across the room. He peered up just in time to see the sword spear of Farum now held firmly in the grasp of the Ashen One and aglow once again, unleashing another torrent of light from the tip which struck Stoljina in the chest and shunted her backwards. The spear twirled and trailed behind it another wave of lighting, blocking away the sudden attacks from Avenger as the servant closed the distance. He was made to evade once more as the glowing spear swung towards them, appearing to the side. Another bolt of light was blocked, this time by the arm which had snapped up at the very last second and the open fist of fire which caught the streak of blue. Then a prolonged beam of gold was shot upwards and above them. For a moment, Ritska was more puzzled than anything else. And then he saw the chains rattle and drop one after another. Further echoes from the darkness above had his throat drop into his gut, eyes widening in shock and horror as it all made sense to him. The ceiling was going to drop down on all of their heads. Cover them. Ritska pointed in the direction of Mercedes and Shizuko, who had sought refuge at the side of the room. He really hoped that Stoljina listened to him, especially as he turned and sprinted across with his hands raised above his head, right to where the shield had still been embedded into the wall. Another chain dropped down with a lump of rock larger than his head. Ritska desperately tried not to think about one of those striking him, especially as he could feel debris of smaller sizes already falling down upon his shoulders and back. Legs swept out from under him, a brief flash of panic swept through his heart. Then he caught a glimpse of Avenger in the corner of his eye. The two of them barreled forwards and under the protection of the shield while smoke and rock fell down from above and atop all of their heads, bathing the room in a thick cloud of choking dust. Ritska could feel the air displacement from the rubble. Even if that was not the case, his ears were ringing as impact after impact rang loud. Trapped within the room and bouncing about with a roar, it was a deafening explosion that never quite seemed to end. And then the silhouettes in the midst of the cloud moved. At first he couldn't quite understand it. Then he did. Avenger saw it first, leaping forwards and thrusting his hands forth. The singular streak of light sliced the mass of flying rock in half before it could even reach them. Both halves went wide and smashed the wall either side of them. Ritska was blown aside. A mass charged in and drove into Avenger, launching the servant backwards and into the wall behind them, caving it inwards by the crunching sound if that was any indication. Pain lanced across his back. He landed and felt something crack in his shoulder as he struck one of the halves of the rubble thrown at them mere seconds ago. Fortunate enough that it wasn't his head dashed against the rubble, but the relief was short-lived, if it was ever considered, as he saw the smoky forms of Avenger and the Ashen One grappling with one another. Then he jerked back. Avenger's face was abruptly mashed into the rubble hard enough to send fractures all about it. He traced the thick plate armored hand back to the owner, peering up at the T-shaped slit of the silver helm as it abruptly swung away from Avenger and onto him. Avenger kicked back, sending both of them flying up and into the shield above their heads with a hefty crack of metal against metal. Ritska threw his mind back as he scrambled away from the fighting, once more throwing Avenger into an evasion which had them slip right out from the Ashen One's hands. What did he recall of Ash in the early days of fighting? His mind jumped to a single conclusion. They weren't good at close-range fights. It was why they had thrown Stolgina away before she could capitalize on her advantage. What's more, he could throw them out of position when they rushed to defend the Firekeeper. Ritska dropped a hand over rock and vaulted up and over, clearing it, and dropped down and spun on his heel, eyes sweeping through the cloud of smoke and dust as he searched for the lone figure who would doubtless still be standing. His eyes dropped upon a shadow which remained as it had been when he first saw them. Had they not even moved since then? She's still in the same spot. Ritska shouted out, knowing full well that everyone would have heard him. But that was exactly what he wanted. An earth-shuddering thud and then a crack. He watched a mass of rock clear the distance of the room and launch right towards the shadow. It shattered before reaching its target. A sphere of bright orange flame intercepted it and demolished it before it could land, but Ritska tracked the movement back and sent his knowledge right towards Avenger. Whatever the strength of Ash might have been, before he regained his memories, he was handicapped at close-range fist fighting. Avenger was mostly a hand-to-hand fighter and Stolgina had raw strength. The Ashen One leapt past him, chased down by the blue streak of Avenger who tackled them from the sky, sending both crashing to the ground, and one of the two, he believed it might have been Avenger, flying back after suffering a kick to the chest. Ritska pressed onwards, throwing himself over the top of another boulder and dropping his body lower to the ground. His shoulder flared with pain once more, a sharp agony across his back and right up to his nape. Was his shoulder broken? He didn't know, he'd never broken a bone before. He really hoped it wasn't broken. Right hand pressed down, he pushed upwards and winced at the pain in his left arm and crawled along as best he could, eyes skipping through the flying rubble and blurring mass of shapes. Bright blue light blinded him, then a howling laughter and another tremendous crash as he ducked down from the blastwave flying atop him. Ritska poked his head back up and into danger to scout out the source. It did not take long to see the Ashen One chasing down Avenger with a pair of weapons that certainly explained the sweeping chill which rolled atop him. The long and short scythe pair, the blade formed of a glittering ice, swept back and forth, trailing a chilly path of frost in its wake. Right until it was swung in a wide sweeping angle, Ritska widened his eyes and rolled to the side until his back pressed against a mound of rubble between them. Not a moment too soon, he gripped his left arm and yanked it upwards and out of the path of the surge of cold, eyes tracking the wave of ice as it shot past him and stretched across the ground. Thin needles like grass jutted up in odd angles, some wove together like the spines of a cactus, others just pointed straight. He wasn't sticking around, rolling once again as the exploded and unleashed a cold chill upon him. His teeth clenched and he breathed out through his nose at the biting sensation over his skin. Something heavy flew over his head, he could feel it just as he saw the swift blur of the shadow. Utter chaos. Crawling once again, he pushed up and poked his head up. Where was everyone? He'd said she was in the same spot, so what happened? Squinting into the darkness, the question was answered by another bright flash of light. Also by the sight of Avenger taking a punch to the dome and being flattened into the ground. A short reprieve as the moment the Ashen One's attention was upon him, Ritska brought about another evasion spell on Stolgina, which placed her right beside him. Barely a second later, her fist was raised and he was embedded in the wall, and a second after that she was right there and landed another punch directly into his head which pressed him further and further into the stone. Punch after punch landing with none of them being able to let him get an ounce of freedom to counter. Ritska raised his eyes. There was Cecilia. All he needed to do was just tell Avenger. He opened his mouth to speak. Nothing came out for a few seconds. A few seconds. That was all it really was. Then Stolgina was at the epicenter of an explosion which sent her flipping head over heels through the air. Ritska whipped his head towards it. A cloud of flames spread out, the Ashen One burst out with something held in their hand, helmet facing him. Ritska rolled back and over. It was a short gasp of pain, something thudded into his back. A great numbness swept through his left arm now, spreading down, and he just blinked, unable to move it at all as he continued the roll. Then he felt something tense in his shoulder. His roll was blocked by something which pushed against him. Quick rolling back to avoid catching it and turning about, Ritska pressed off the ground with his lone hand, which seemed to work at the moment, and charged forwards. Eyeing another piece of large rubble. He didn't jump over it this time. He just sort of flopped into it and then wormed his way over, landing on his right side and crawling about, keeping his head low and forwards, skin pressed against stone as he breathed in and out in rapid succession. Why was his shoulder hurting so bad? It was a tingle which was growing steadily worse as the seconds ticked past. Why did it hurt? What had hit him? Fingers curling over rock, he raised his eyes just enough to see Avenger land another dropkick. Except it didn't land, because the Ashen One vanished. His brows shot up, then he moved them towards the only other place he could think of them being. Emerging from a circle of light upon the ground, he stepped up beside Cecilia and drew forth another weapon, this time one that Ritska knew well enough. One that definitely could not be allowed to get unleashed in here. Stormruler. With all this debris, if that weapon got swung around with the full power of the wind, that would be a worst-case scenario. But the original plan to deal with them had merit, it was just that he was the problem. He had hesitated. Therefore, he sent a message to the two servants at once. Target Cecilia and keep fighting at a distance to draw the Ashen One's attention. Avenger hurled bolts of light and Stolgina started throwing lumps of rock one after another with blinding speed. The field of debris offered much in the way of ammunition. Whether the Ashen One would have had the chance to drown them under gale winds, it went unknown as they immediately fell back and closer to Cecilia, sword in their hand joined by another blade in the other hand. Dual-wielding the two swords as they blocked and parried the attacks launched at them. Swinging into lumps of rock even if it meant taking a bolt to the head from Avenger. He did not know how long Avenger could keep that up. But what he did know was what he saw. And what he saw was Cecilia grasping her hands together once more, the same familiar glow peering through the gaps between her fingers. Just as before, a noticeable glow enshrouded the Ashen One for a split second, then they launched their off-sword towards Avenger. In the same movement, they caught another of Stolgina's rocks and hurled it back towards her. It ended with them taking Stormruler in both hands above their head. Howling winds encircled the blade. Could they even use the noble phantasm? There was no activation or massive charge up. But he did not want to know if the damage would be anything like, all he knew was that it would be more than enough to ruin his day. So he took hold of a rock by his feet, lined up his shot and threw it. Not at the Ashen One, that would be foolish, but at the one he knew they would always be in a rush to protect. Because that was their duty. No harm, no matter how insignificant, could come to her. So the Ashen One cut short their charging attack and backhanded the rock out of the air before it even came close. A distraction long enough. The moment he had thrown the rock, he had hit Avenger with another empowering mystic code. When the blast struck the Ashen One dead in the chest and sent them sprawling backwards, it showed. When scraps of their armor were lifted clean off their chest and sent flying in several directions, it was readily apparent. Then he bowled down Cecilia as he fell backwards and knocked her to the ground without even so much as a gasp. She fell in complete silence, as if she were no more than a garden statue. Another burst of movement from Stolgina catapulted her across the room with axe held high. It slammed right into the waiting guard of the Ashen One. He landed a kick which dislodged her from him as he rose back up. Yet another attack from Avenger knocked him back down. Ritska charged forwards, eyes landing on Cecilia as he jumped up. Another kick from the Ashen One knocked Stolgina away. He parried Avenger. Ritska threw another lump of rock at Cecilia. Predictably, the Ashen One intercepted that and ignored all else. This time suffering a blow to the gut with Stolgina's axe, armor was rent inwards and more cracks were tossed away, staggering as blood and dust dripped to the floor. Another several bolts of flame struck along his body and threw them further into a stumble, blocking the remainders and engaging with Stolgina once more. Wounded as they were, it was less of a fight now. More so when Ritska threw another rock, but this effort was half-hearted at best. And it was nothing larger than a garden pebble. But it was directed at Cecilia. And it registered as an attack. Stolgina brought her axe down hard, cleaving the arm from the Ashen One and sending both it and the sword to the ground. She followed up with a punch to the side of their head which flung them across the room. Yet they rose up, drawing up a ball of flame and throwing it. And he threw another pebble. So he changed targets towards that and incinerated it with a ball of fire larger than a watermelon. Avenger collided with them as a streak of light, dragging them both along the wall and carving a long trench of scorched rock with their momentum. Ritska dropped his eyes to Cecilia as she did nothing. Stolgina, get the Ashen One. She hesitated for only a second at his order, then charged away from the firekeeper. He couldn't let her do that, even if she wasn't the director. It was cruel. Avenger, get the firekeeper. That was all he said through their link. That was all that needed to be said. Avenger pushed away from the Ashen One and broke into a sprint, clearing the distance as the Shade tried to give chase only to be tackled by Stolgina and slammed back into the earth. Ritska just watched it. He waited for her to do anything, to say or to dodge. But she didn't. Avenger closed the distance in a handful of steps with his hands ablaze. And she did nothing but watch. With only a quiet gasp as he speared her hand through her chest and out the back, letting flames through the open wound and then tearing it free. All she made was a quiet gasp of shock as if she had just tripped up. And then she dropped to her knees and fell backwards. Ritska said nothing, not even acknowledging anything else. He stepped down off his small mound of rubble and started his steps forwards, closing the gap to the dying servant and standing over them. There was nothing to be said that he could possibly say. But it was his choice, he knew it this time. He was the one who knew what he was doing, knew it would end this way. Dropping down onto one knee, he crouched over her and stared as she gazed up through that silver visor strung across her eyes. Until gold encompassed her body and she vanished before his eyes, he stayed and watched with an unblinking gaze. Then only when he heard a small noise from Avenger did he raise his eyes up, catching a glimpse of Stolgina standing above an empty space where there had once been a shade of a summon. Her eyes landed on him, then they went wide and shocked, her jaw hung low. That was an odd reaction. Why did his arm hurt a lot more now as well? He felt really tired and Ritska slowly turned his eyes to the left and just a little over his shoulder. Ah, yes, that made sense. There was the hilt of a throwing knife sticking out of the back of his shoulder. That was probably why it hurt. Ritska pulled his eyes away from the sight and dropped down onto his right hand, using it to brace himself up as he hissed between his teeth. It hurt. It hurt a lot. So very much. But, hadn't he been hurt worse than this? He was alive, at least. He was alive. Nothing else really occurred to him as he was swarmed over by the not director, only Avenger's eyes peering down at him really registered, as well as that sharp gaze and questioning look. Ritska was sure that when he was all better, Avenger would have some questions for him. They always did. He'd extracted both Nero and Elizabeth from the room before they got to halfway through the song. It was painful to listen to. Though the excuse Romani offered of it being distracting to his work as a doctor was used as a defense. Not that Ash needed an excuse. He would have just said they were bad at singing and left it at that, throwing them from the room and calling it a day. But it spared their feelings, with the promise of getting him as soon as he woke up. Somehow, he doubted Ritska would see the appeal. As he set himself back down into the room and positioned himself by the wall, he closed his eyes and resumed a silent observation of everything. If only with his senses than with anything else, but he would not need his eyes to see changes within the room and, at the moment, he was more content with the lack of noise. Nero-san said that singing was good for people who are asleep. Mash asked during the midst of the silence. Whether directed to him or not, he answered. She would say many things she believes but are incorrect. Cracking open an eye, he found that Olga was giving him a reproachful look. Song is calming for undead. Adding on as an addendum, he turned the slightly opened eye upon Mash. So perhaps that is one of the few instances in which she has some small wisdom, but even if that is the case, I do not believe she is the one to be spreading feelings of calm with her song. Olga let out a small huff of agreement. Why? Calamate asked, looking around in confusion. Was it bad? Yes. Replying without hesitation, he turned and looked down at the seated berserker. It was. The dragon's frown grew deeper still, and he folded his arms over his chest and leaned back until his head thudded against the wall. I didn't mind it. Words spoken like some shameful confession. You have little experience with the manner of songs. I heard Olga sing. That was very nice. The Olga in question froze like a statue, red coloring her cheeks as he turned her eyes sharply to the side and away from them all. Why yes, well, we can consider that an affair that none of us have any memory of. I am sure there was some greater influence involved in that, so don't ask me to ever do it again. I have enough to endure from that lancer chasing me down. Gawain liked her singing though. Ash wasn't so impartial to the memory of it himself. Mash, meanwhile, took in their conversations and raised her head. So, does that mean we should all sing to try and comfort Senpei? Spoken with such a strained uncertainty, as though she feared reprisal for her words. If you wish to, Ash offered, you can be no worse than those before. They were being nice. She chided him, but she did not correct him. Do you know any songs to sing? Mash was far less forthcoming with her words this time around. Either she did not know any songs, or she was hesitant to use them. It was not like he didn't know any songs. He turned his mind back and closed his eyes. A song that would suit this situation. Deep in the mountain, the words slipped easily from his mouth, drawing eyes to him very quickly at that. A soul will soundly slumber. It was a low tone, hardly musical, but he did it all the same. As for why that was, he could not say. Deep in the mountain, they shall rest a little more. What was it about this song which occurred to him first? A song never sung to him. A song that never met his ears. Out in the groves, a shadow grows anew. Out in the groves, the light shall slip away. He did not register anything more than the sight of Ritska on the bed, eyes closed. Maybe that was the only reason he needed it. Or perhaps he felt someone needed to hear the song. Yet why was he compelled to sing it? Far across the shores, the tides shall asleep. Far across the land, the skies no longer weep. Out in the heavens, the stars shall dim their eyes. Out in the lands, the night shall lose its gleam. In the center of the world, a flame shall dwindle slowly. In the center of the world, embers rise anew. And deep in the mountain, a soul shall wake again. For deep in that mountain, they've rested long enough. Across the groves and shores, within the lands and heavens, the light shall return, and shadow shall recoil. And in the center of the world, the flame shall rejoice. For in that warm fire, there is that sleeping mountain soul. He fell silent once all was said and done. Blinking his way from that little place and back to the room, once more folding his arms and returning to a spot beside the wall. Mash clapped her hands very gently, smiling at him in encouragement. He did not need encouragement from her though. I didn't know you could sing. Olga spoke as if she did not know what to make of the news, staring at him with squinted eyes. Ash offered a minute shrug of the shoulders. 'Tis only fair that you should hear it once, such as when we heard you. She did not respond to his words this time, instead she just looked at him for a little longer before humming and nodding her head up and down. Well, at least it is about waking someone back up again, she remarked, but her words lacked a positive tone to them. Doubtless she had figured the true nature of the song. Nothing more than a glorification of the flame. But, Ash dashed the thoughts from his mind, then turned his head slowly towards the door. Of course she would be there, or perhaps she had never left. A movement of his which earned some attention from the others in the corner of the gaze, turning their heads as one to the door frame as Mother stepped through it completely, she looked at him with an expression that he could not quite place. Something almost like surprise but then something more unpleasant. Quickly, he looked away from her and did not think of it further. Hello, Guinevere-san. Mash spoke in the background, words light and welcoming. Ash-san was just singing. Yes, Mother replied. I heard, a wealth of hidden talents, it seems. What was that supposed to mean? Was she upset that he knew the song, or was she surprised? Did it even matter? But it is, perhaps, a fitting song for this time. Certainly one for rousing the spirits of those who are in great need. Would you not agree? Was she speaking to him? Ash turned his head ever so slightly, just enough that he could see her in the corner of his eye. She was looking at him. That is the nature of the song, I suppose. His answer apparently pleased her, if the smile she offered was any indication. A mixture of triumphant and perhaps smug, she glanced back and put Mash between him and herself. Perhaps some songs from his homeland would also suit the nature. Olga grumbled. Such a method was tried before and of middling success. Mother only shook her head. Then perhaps the fault would lie with the singer, and not the song. The most talented choirs I knew of could spin words of utter gibberish with such skill and elegance that crowds would tear themselves apart to try and find meaning to the words. The reverse is also true. Ash closed his eyes. And who would this talented singer be? He feared the answer. Is it not obvious? There was a gentle rustle and then a surprised noise. He did not need to use his eyes to know that she had placed a hand on the shoulder of Mash. He twitched. Ritska could not wake fast enough, he imagined. Me. But I've never done that before. Calamate blundered through it all. But you talked about it. There was a touch of enthusiasm in his words. And Sister Olga could sing with you, couldn't she? I could what? Ash turned his eyes and ears away from the conversation into the man who had been rather silent through it all thus far. Romani was in the far corner of the room with his attention on the monitor, so engrossed that he did not notice Ash move away from his spot and towards them, right until he could see his own reflection in the screen. Apparently the doctor could as well, from the way they flinched and whipped about to face him. Oh, Ash. Romani placed a hand over his heart and exhaled. Sorry, I was lost for a moment. Easily done. He dismissed. Especially for me, Romani added, can't seem to find the time away from work without getting kidnapped. But no sense in complaining about all that. Wasn't there? He could think of few occasions where Romani was not working, such were times it had been forced upon him as well. How curious that was. He supposed that a man who was made infamous as a layabout was the one who was so frequently seen behind a desk. What news of Ritska? That earned a brief twitch of Romani's lip, the shift of his eyes past him and towards the group near the bed. Ash saw it easily and knew that it was news not best shared at the moment, or perhaps not loudly. Nothing serious, Romani said, eyes returning to Ash's own. But for a moment his heart did a small blip. I guess, it wouldn't be so dissimilar to someone getting a small fright, but it's about the most his body has done since he got in here. Everything else has been stable across the board. Hours of silence and then this small insignificant moment of shock. Do you think it relates to his current location? Something in his end. It is about the only thing I can think of. Romani agreed, then grimaced. But there's nothing we can do about that. If it is the case, and I'd rather use patient confidentiality to stop everyone from being fruitlessly worried about it right now. Everyone, Ash thought, or just Mash. You are the physician. Speaking slowly, Ash shrugged his shoulders. I am not. I shall defer to your advice on the matter. Because Romani had kept his silence on the matter regarding him. So it was only fair that Ash do the same when it was requested. The doctor nodded slowly, then looked past and pinched his brows again. Are they trying to get Mash to sing? Yes. Very slowly, Romani started to push away from his desk and stand up. Ash took a small step to the side and let the doctor move past him. With a clear sense of excitement and trepidation, Romani moved to the group. Ow. I am being careful. It still hurts. Because it is a knife. It is stuck in your shoulder. It is going to hurt. Yes, that's why I'm saying ow in the first place. Well, you're the one who went and got stabbed. I wasn't begging to take a throwing knife to the back, was I? You might as well have been with the way you were running around back and forth, getting the attention of the enemy in the first place. What sort of servant would not aim for a master in that type of situation? I just didn't expect the knife. Next time you will, won't you? Yes. With that out of his system, Ritska took in a deep breath and looked over his wounded shoulder. So, what now? He asked. Stoljina raised a brow. With the knife. Do I look like a physician to you? I could mend the wound easily enough and cover it, but treating would be an entirely different matter. Just use your mystic code and heal yourself. That would work. I can do that. Very slowly, she blinked at him. Did you imagine it would have only worked on servants? That had been what he was led to believe, yes. Was that not how it worked? Could he use his mystic code to heal himself? What did that mean for all of the other stuff as well? Did that mean he could magically empower his body or make himself evade really quickly to get out of danger? It just works better on servants. Ah, there it was. Ritska nodded his head up and down, then shifted back around and found himself caught under the eyes of Mercedes, or rather he managed to catch her staring towards his back. It looked as if she was trying to say something every now and again, but was stopping. She twitched and looked down at him. Must have noticed that he noticed her now, he figured. Your wound. Mercedes said rather slowly, perhaps I could take a look. She wanted to take a look at it. It's just that, wetting her lips, she glanced away for a moment. I've heard that when removing knives, sometimes it is better to leave them inside. In case they have cut something important. Ritska was vaguely sure he had heard something to that effect as well, but had never much thought it was probable. Guess he learned something new here. I guess if you don't touch anything. He said, but was gripping the bed frame hard as the wave of pain rolled through him once again. The fact he was at all speaking without a hiss in his every second word was something of a miracle, he figured. With a swift nod of the head, Mercedes crossed the length of the room and disappeared somewhere behind him. His eyes rose up as Stoljina stepped around and to his front, her eyes upon him with a sharp intensity to them. He hoped she didn't think he blamed her for this. More likely, she blamed herself for letting him get hurt. It was easy to tell she was annoyed with it, what with her trembling arms and clenched fists. The face that was pulled into a forced tightness to keep emotions from spilling out. I'm not dead, Ritska offered, so it's fine. And what if they had aimed for your head? Stoljina cut down his words swiftly, eyes lancing upon his own. Well, if that were the case, they would not be having this conversation. Then they probably would have got me. Stoljina hissed like a feral cat, threw up her arms, and then turned on her heel and stomped across to the far side of the cell. Echoing crashes echoed out as she gripped the bars with tight holds and leaned forwards against them, propped up and standing there in visible irritation. Ritska knew it was a cavalier response, but it was all he could say with the benefit of hindsight. If they had aimed higher, he would be dead. But then, that could be said for all of his past encounters. Couldn't it? How often had he come close to death just to escape at the last moment? Had he ever been injured terribly before today? Maybe it was just his good luck had to come to an end at some point. But he could turn his mind to that at another time. Right now, there was something else that was more pressing, and it was not just his injuries. Go ahead. The words slipped from his mouth. The one who they were aimed for knew exactly what they meant. And to what am I being given permission to do? Avenger asked from his corner of the cell. Were they going to play this game? No, he had his fill of that sort of thing. Go ahead, while it's still fresh in the mind. Ritska continued, eyes turning onto the man. I know you want to ask, so go ahead. Because at least he would be prepared for it now, rather than having it sprung upon him at a later date. So quick with your words, Avenger began as he stepped forwards, but that is all they remain. Would you so quickly give me an answer without even knowing what it is I intend to ask? Ritska closed his eyes and hung his head. You're going to ask about Cecilia. Such a broad topic, Master. Avenger chided, he could hear the shake of the head in their words. But there is much more than that, yet all I can ask is a single thing, do you regret that you survived? His answer had not changed. No. He looked up at Avenger. I don't. Avenger's was bereft of emotion. Then for what reason would I interrogate you further? Clear as it might be, the act has harmed your goodwill, but there is nothing more to be said to a man who would do so all over again. Ritska thinned his lips. Not without good reason, and you were the one who made it clear that this was the only way forward. And you denied my words. Until I was left with no choice but to believe them. Because everyone they had encountered thus far had been staunchly determined to kill them. Whether it be for reasons he could understand or not. On the matter of killing this woman you knew, it is settled. Avenger replied, then tilted his head very slowly. But it is clear that this is a person whom is close to one you know rather well, as you knew how their shade would fight. How then, shall you explain to them what happened? With the truth. Because that was all that could be said. Ritska would not lie. And should they be unsatisfied, would you then regret your actions if they caused pain? I would feel bad about hurting him. Ritska huffed, but I wouldn't apologize for living, is that what you want me to say? Because that's all I'm going to say every time you ask me this again and again. I want to live, I don't want to die. I can only say and do that sort of thing so many times. Avenger smiled. And how many lines, do you suppose, would you cross if your survival could be guaranteed? Ritska went still at that. The servant stepped closer still. What could you possibly do to those even close to you, if it meant that you would live to see another sunrise? Another step. What sort of evil could you inflict with such determination? Another step. Can you even imagine? Avenger's shadow was right above up, eyes glinting in the darkness. Or, perhaps, is the answer already within you? Ritska turned his head away. Do not turn from me. The snap in Avenger's tone had him flinch, eyes were drawn back to them. You were the one who granted permission, O Master. So tell me then, do you already know the extent to what you would do? Enough. He scarcely heard the growl of Stoljina as she stepped between them and shoved Avenger back. I shall hear no more of. He would spare you the anguish of slaying her, but you knew that already. Stoljina froze. How he would dirty our hands, mine and his, with the blood of that woman but would keep yours clean. So that he could string together what he would imagine to be some good, but she is your accomplice, Master. Ritska rolled his jaw and looked down at his feet. The words continued without pause. Do you deny that? How she held down that woman's guardian while you and I slew her? Your act of charity, such as it was small indeed. Even if her hands are not soaked, her body is coated in a spray of blood. Yes, that was true. So what shall you do? Avenger demanded once more. This terrible tragedy indeed, shall you continue? Shall you falter? What else shall you do? Even if he asked all of that, Ritska knew his answer would not change. He wanted to live. And to live, he had to keep going forwards. His eyes climbed up and he stared at Avenger. I want to live. Yet saying it felt so shameful, so hideous. He knew what that survival could accomplish. And now he had gone and done it. He would need to look Ash in the eyes and tell him what he did in order to survive, and what excuse could he possibly make. No, there was no excuse to shield himself from the truth of it this time. Ritska did not regret that he lived. I see. He blinked back to the present as Avenger spoke, it was with a voice so soft he had scarcely heard it at all. The servant stepped backwards, arms dropped down by his side and eyes dimming in the shadow of the cell. Your determination shall not change, and with such vigor, you might yet face these trials and return to Chaldea, but in what manner you return, that would depend entirely upon you. With those words, Ritska was reminded of what it was Avenger had said shortly upon meeting them in this place. It was hardly a welcome reminder. Avenger himself seemed to realize it, lips curling upwards. Do you understand the weight of my words from that time, Master? I told you so very clearly, and yet now you see it was no mere jest that I made, nor was it a colorful wave of words. There is only escape to be found in this hell, but there is never to be salvation. Such things are beyond us all. Ritska felt a twinge of pain in his shoulder to accompany those words. Words that bounced in his skull faster than ever before. Did that mean he believed them? Would returning to Chaldea mean he would need to experience that day again and again? Was that what he was supposed to do in order to survive through it all? Yet Ritska knew he would do it. But that did not mean he would like it, or ever forget it. He just needed to do it, regardless of his personal feelings on the matter. His hand tingled, his eyes dropped to the left as his limb was slowly raised upwards. Yet as it was pulled up, he expected there to be pain or something that would cause him discomfort, even as he could feel the pull of the knife across his shoulders, and yet there was nothing at all to be felt. Just a strange sense of numbness that was almost pleasant. Like slipping into a hot bath. His brows furrowed, Shizuko drew his arm up with one hand, while another reached across and lay bony fingers upon the hilt of the dagger. The dirtied cloth over her eyes fixed itself upon his face, her lips pulled down into a tight and disapproving frown. Shizuko shook her head from side to side, then pulled rather suddenly with a burst of strength that surprised him. She pulled her hand around and showed off what it was. It was the knife. When did she? He turned rather lethargically and looked at the spot where the knife had been, staring at a blank space and at the now horrified expression on Mercedes as she placed her hands over her shoulder, yet her horror and his own mounting worry faded away as confusion settled in over her features. Pulling her hands away, she showed off the flat of her gloves, which were remarkably lacking in blood. Ritsuka blinked very slowly at that, unsure how to express his confusion, especially as he looked back towards Shizuko. There was a gentle grip on the back of his head that pulled him forwards. Very slowly his brows came to rest upon a thin shoulder, the hand which lay upon his nape moved upwards and brushed through his hair. And then, she started to hum. It was not what he had sung, a different song entirely. His eyes started to flutter as the humming continued. Everything was slowly being drowned out under that, and yet, he could feel something in that humming. Words came to him with that song. Words that, just sprung up. He was getting a little. His eyes closed, but he felt no sense of rejection to the sleep which rolled over him. Avenger narrowed his eyes as his master slumped over into unconsciousness. That servant of ruined wings, that angel that was oh so very fallen to the dirt below the heavens. It would seem as though she was not so bereft of her miracles quite yet, but he could sense there was little in her that was so in tune with the Lord as he knew them to be. Perhaps some different God was the one who spurned them onwards, but it would matter little to him. There was no room for light within the depths of hell, such was to be smothered under a blanket of darkness. Do you hope to spare him his guilt for a mere handful of hours? Avenger queried her, not that he expected words for an answer. The so-called Shizuko turned her head rather slowly towards him, lips still pulled tight in a show of disapproval. Except it was an expression that did not linger, not as she brushed the hair of his master as though he were a mere child in the embrace of his mother. Such an image was striking indeed, and rather worrying in many ways. Shizuko's frown changed to a gentle smile, her actions continued. Was this to be her rebuttal to his words? A mere show of affection. He shall awake in time and feel such terror once more, or do you deny this? It was inevitable, Avenger could see it. His master had seen the very worst that a desire to survive could produce and was traumatized by such fears. Regret? No, there was no regret in survival. But there was lament. And if they continued on that path, then they would never escape this hell, even if they were to cross beyond its walls. If they could even surpass the final judgment. For his were the flames that burned hot with anger, and there was never an anger more ferocious than one aimed inwards. I shall never cease my questioning. This time, he turned on the woman of red and white hair, her own ferocity clear in her cold glare aimed at him. And my questions shall not lose their meaning if they should go unasked. I merely give voice to the thoughts which pervade his mind. Turning on his heel, he strode off with mere a passing sentence. Should you care, perhaps it would do you well to ask these questions also. This place delays him, he knows it. It keeps him from his goal. But he will not allow it. Shall not allow it. He was born at the dawn of all. The first life. The end of eternity. He will find what is his. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.